Xian's agent training was all being conducted on the deserted island. Other than boats hauling over necessary supplies every week, the island was separated from the rest of the world. Because of this, in the next 80 days, Jiang Chen didn't have the opportunity to see his adorable Aisha at all. But while Aisha was busy training the female agents, Jiang Chen didn't sit around. A force of agents alone couldn't make up the entire intelligence department. Logistics, organizational structure, phone monitoring, customs monitoring. All these would require employees. Of course, while Barkari did most of the work in the formation of these functions, Jiang Chen was also involved in the process. And the formation of these departments would require the cooperation of internet companies, customs, police and other government agencies, in addition to Jiang Chen's abilities to encourage cooperation between these agencies. Also, Jiang Chen logged into the email provided by CLA. After he downloaded the file, he brought it to Yao Yao in the apocalypse. Although there was no password book, due to the computational power of the supercomputer as well as the techniques known by artificial intelligence, Yao Yao only spent 2 days to complete the deciphering of the file, or rather, archaeology. Based on what Yao Yao said, it would take a long time, but it wasn't tiring. After he read through the deciphered document, Jiang Chen had a frown on his face. Willy Society was indeed monitoring him and started doing so approximately 3 months ago. As to the reason, it wasn't explained in the document. It only vaguely stated that the purpose was to record the sea activity of celestial trade as well as the supply consumption of New Moon Island. Because the leak was only present for a short period of time without even reaching New Moon Island, the information leaked was all non-sensitive information. On the other hand, Willy Society as an organization had a weak presence in East Asia. Since the organization started off as a NATO puppet used to cause trouble for the Soviets, its major area of operation was mostly in Kane nowadays. If they wanted to penetrate Xian, that would be a wild dream. After they confirmed the identity of the spy, Jiang Chen transferred the information of the spy to Ivan and captured the mole inside Celestial. But Ivan, unfortunately, told him that the person quit a month ago. Based on the information at customs, the person left the country soon after he resigned. 1 month ago happened to be when CLA obtained the information. Perhaps realizing his identity was exposed, the spy immediately fled when he received news that the information leak was uncovered. When CLA sent the information about the email, the spy had escaped already. There was nothing they could do other than urging Ivan to investigate all the employees carefully. Jiang Chen granted the usage of a small amount of truth-telling serum at critical times to prevent the infiltration of spies again. It would be a lost cause, but necessary nonetheless. After these incidents were dealt with, it was nearing the end of July already. Based on the information from Xia Xiu, the virtual reality's internal test spots were nearing the end of the distribution. The first group of internal test players would arrive in Xian by the end of July at the latest. With that completed, Jiang Chen was prepared to go back to the apocalypse. But before he left, he planned to teach a lesson. He had been waiting for the list Natasha promised him. Now, there was finally some progress. At the door of the mansion. "Where's your little beauty?" "She's busy." Jiang Chen welcomed Natasha inside and smiled. For example, training agents at a secret base. The tip of Natasha's lips curled up as she said this dubiously. "Who knows?" Jiang Chen neither denied nor agreed. "We suspect that 3 Russian citizens went abroad for a special position," Natasha said with narrowed eyes. "Possible. Although Celestial Trade hired a group of agents, all applicants are adults who maintain their civil abilities," Jiang Chen said, without revealing any information. It was up to him in Xian to say who was legal or not. Based on Xian's laws, other than the law stating 18 was the legal age, the court could use a source of stable income as a criterion for granting legal status or not. When they arrived in Xian, the future agents would automatically become Xian nationals. "That's fine, I'm not here to look for people," Natasha said as she stuck 2 fingers out and took out a list in front of her chest, then handed it to Jiang Chen with a grin. The list you wanted. Jiang Chen reached for it, but Natasha moved her hand. With eyebrows raised, Jiang Chen looked at her questioningly. Are you not going to express something? Natasha teased. That look seemed to be hinting at something. Unless his brain was shut down, Jiang Chen wouldn't choose to engage in a deep conversation with a KGB woman. He curved his lips up. Jiang Chen didn't do as Natasha wished. Instead, he took out his phone. Give me your email address. Natasha looked skeptically at him and told him her email. Soon after, an email was sent to her phone. This. When she opened the email, her eyes were instantly astonished. A Willy Society agent with identity confirmed escaped from Xi'an to France a month ago. The rank in the organization is currently unknown, but I think the KGB might be interested. Also, this password book is related to some documents from Vite. You mentioned we can cooperate in intelligence. Jiang Chen just sent the picture and information of the Willy agent as well as the password book Yao Yao created by deciphering Natasha's email. Although Xi'an didn't have the ability yet to capture the mole that escaped, a cat that could stretch its paws there would be more than enough. Jiang Chen found the polar bear also interested in Willy Society. Of course I'm interested, our agent will warmly welcome him for a shot of vodka in the Black Dolphin prison. Also, thanks for your password book, this is a great help. Natasha smiled and then walked briskly to the door. Black Dolphin prison, the infamous prison. Jiang Chen mourned for the poor guy for half a second. Although he didn't get to read more about KGB's influence in Western Europe, from Natasha's reaction, the KGB seemed to be confident with capturing the agent whose identity was exposed. Natasha was walking to the door but stopped in her tracks as if she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and added, also, the ships and submarines you purchased will arrive in December. You can now organize the crew to receive training in Moscow. You have to take care of your own accommodations and food. They will be there in 7 days. Also, to create trouble for your neighbor, do you need Russian weapons? No, we already solved the weapon problem. A smile surfaced on Jiang Chen's face. Since it would cause a problem for the UA ally, it was more fun to use UA weapons. MLL Island was the 14th biggest island in the world and the second largest island in Country F. It was also the island with the most frequent terrorism, hence the name, the home of terrorism. There were 2 anti-government militant groups in Country F currently, one being Moro Liberation Front, MLF, and the other being Moro National Liberation Front, MNLF. The latter was previously the strongest anti-government militant group, but because of internal conflicts and a decrease in foreign support, it broke into 3 separate divisions with 2 of the divisions supporting the establishment of autonomy in the MLL area while the other division promoted the separation of MLL from Country F to form an independent country. The former group, the MLF, was currently the largest anti-government military force in F with 10,000 people, originating from the MNLF division that supported independence. Due to the pressure from regional conflicts, the F government signed an initial agreement with the MLF in 2012 and promised to form the Federation of Moro on MLL Island to the south of Country F. What was worth noting was that it wouldn't be an independent country but rather an autonomous area under F with more self-governance. Then the question was, although Country F satisfied MLF's political demands, it completely ignored MNLP's demands. At the same time, even in MLF, there was a loud faction demanding the formation of an independent country, refusing to maintain the sub-country status quo. Thus, after the Aquino government prepared to sign the peace agreement, MLF separated from MNLF. The founder of MNLF, Sauli, immediately expressed his opposition to the signing of the peace agreement and threatened to start another military conflict. He obviously wasn't lying as a tragedy occurred in 2013, 300 MNLF militants attacked a city located in the west of MLL Island and engaged in heavy fire with the local forces. Until 2016, the MLL anti-government militants refused to cease fire. From Google Maps, all of Country F was like a shredded puzzle, any force could rip it apart. To unite the divided nation, Aquino had to maintain a strong stance internationally and blow national security issues out of proportion. Promoting patriotic beliefs in the country to strengthen the cohesion of the nation had been a useful tactic since the age of colonization. However, it was only useful at best. In the first step to destroy Country F, Jiang Chen planned to start with MLL Island. As the second largest island in Country F, not only did the island possess rich mining resources, but it had the most violent ethnic and religious conflicts. He didn't even need to add fuel to the fire himself, he just needed to give the people eager to light up a pile of wood the lighter they ever so desired, and they would frantically rush to light up the bonfire known as a coup. Before Jiang Chen headed to Country F, he first flew to South Africa and met his old friend Robert. Compared to when they met in Iraq, this guy was a lot paler, at least people wouldn't mistake him for an Indian anymore. His life in Hollywood was sensational. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, he gloated to him about having Hollywood girls keeping his bed warm every day. He then put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and invited him to visit Los Santos someday. It was easy to become a producer in Hollywood. With money, anyone could hang their name on the credits of a movie. After he helped Jiang Chen with Panu Islands, he received his film salary of $100 million USD. A few parties in Los Santos later, he became the star of the Hollywood upper class, and his girlfriend count increased from one to multiple. After they did some catching up, Robert hailed a taxi and took Jiang Chen to the warehouse located in the rural area of Abington. It contained 12,000 assault rifles and 90 tons of ammo, 1,700 RPG, 7 rockets and 150 launchers, boxes of M2 grenades, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles and other equipment. Also in the corner of the warehouse were 20-something mortars and thousands of mortar rounds. Firearms totaling $60 million were piled into a mountain in the giant warehouse. Jiang Chen was shocked by the number of firearms. It was hard to imagine that Robert managed to hoard this quantity of arms in South Africa. The equipment was enough to equip a Fu*King battalion. Did the South African government really have no clue? Of course, Jiang Chen was inclined to believe that Robert pre-cleared the way to customs. This is the last batch of my supplies. Robert closed the warehouse door and handed the key to Jiang Chen, then lit a cigarette. I've stayed away from the firearms business since Iraq. I was planning to sell it at a discount to the dictator in West Africa, but since you need it, it's yours. Not much difference, they'll end up in the hands of a dictator either way. Jiang Chen took the key and joked. Robert grinned. Let's have a drink. My plan too. Jiang Chen gladly accepted his invitation. They found a restaurant in the rural area of Abington City, then ordered a table full of South African dishes and a few bottles of beer. They began to chat. Robert had many interesting experiences to share, partly because he was humorous, but mostly because of his wealth of experience. This guy started the firearms business with Mexican gangs when he was 17. One day, by chance, he managed to connect with the National Security Force. He went from being in the firearms business in Vite to selling crude oil in Iraq, from being the kingpin of the industry to being blacklisted by the FBA. Because he met Jiang Chen in Sanya, who was eager to get rid of the gold, he, fortunately, survived the FBA's master plot to kill him through other hands. That was what made him choose to leave the industry and become a producer. As they chatted, Jiang Chen exclaimed that this guy's experience could be compiled into a book. Once I'm 50, I'll film an autobiography. I have the name already, let's call it, The Merchant of Death, Robert said with high spirits. With how fast you spend money, you'll have to pick up your old gig by 40. Robert grinned, then he shook the cup in his hand. Not at all. If you manage to become a big deal in Hollywood, the future is not less bright than trading in firearms. Have you heard that the Avatar 2 that will be in theaters by December? Remember to look for my name in the credits. Will normal people see that? Without post-credit scenes, most people leave by the start of the credits. Jiang Chen didn't want to discourage his old friend's passion for the film industry, so he diverted the topic and asked nonchalantly, "Where's Nick? Why didn't he come along? He's in the acting industry now." Robert chuckled. "Acting?" Jiang Chen thought he heard wrong. "That's right, he's been with me for so many years. Now that I'm not in the business anymore, I couldn't let him starve. His fighting ability is great, a natural for action movies. I recommended him to a director that I know pretty well. After a few years of training, maybe he will become a top Hollywood star one day. Anyway, it's a lot better than being a bodyguard." Robert laughed while he burped. Acting in films? Not a bad exit option. Jiang Chen raised his cup with a smile and toasted Robert. After the dinner, it was 7 in the evening already. Because there was still a party to attend in the afternoon, Robert booked a flight back to Los Santos at 10 at night, so the two said goodbye. Jiang Chen watched the taxi Robert was in to leave, then headed to the warehouse. He confirmed that there were no suspicious figures following him before he shut the door. With the warehouse full of firearms, he took a deep breath, put on the bracelet Lin gave him, then opened the storage dimension. He left the warehouse after he transferred everything to the other side. With the door locked, he broke the key into 2 pieces and threw it in the trash. Then he left the dark alley without turning his head. His flight was that night too. The next stop, Country F. Country F, in a remote town on an island. In a small restaurant, 3 F citizens in gray sweaters sat around a table. "What time is it?" The man with darker skin glanced at the door and asked his companions in a low voice. The person being asked looked at his watch. "It's already 1. The chubby man that didn't speak inhaled deeply and anxiously pulled on his collar. "Santos, do you think that person will come?" "I don't know, I don't trust the Han," Santos said emotionlessly. The chubby guy moved his fat lips, didn't comment on Santos' words and just leaned on the chair. As to why they would appear here, it had to do with a phone call they received last night. The people who sat here were all top officials of MNLF. Although most of the force of MNLF was stationed on MLL Island, their headquarters was on a small island next to MLL Island. Santos was just about to doze off when an unknown number reached his phone. After careful deliberation, he cautiously picked up the phone. But when it went through, the person on the other side didn't introduce themselves and directly said he wanted to provide weapons for MNLF. From the accent, the person on the phone should be Han. To the olive branch extended by the Han, Santos was somewhat cautious. In Country F, 1% of the Han controlled over 60% of the economy. No one liked to be around their wealthy neighbors. But that person's offer was too hard to reject. It was enough weapons to equip an army. What shocked him, even more, was that the person said the weapons were transferred into the country already. With the weapons, MNLF's shortage of arms would be significantly alleviated. He could quickly build a force of 7,000 from his supporters and increase the strength of the guerrillas substantially. But what made Santos cautious was that it was a Han that made the offer, and the Han knew all the details about him. He even stated the hotel room he stayed in. Of course, to prevent his phone number from being tracked, Jiang Chen didn't state which hotel in which city. Cold sweat rolled off his forehead. Due to the heated internal conflict, Santos finally agreed to his request to meet. The police didn't come to his door, it at least explained that the person on the phone didn't have any hostility. Therefore, this scene happening now occurred. After he secretively deployed soldiers around the restaurant, Santos and his 2 close officials sat in the restaurant. They sat in the private room the person arranged, ordered 2 dishes, and carefully waited for the other person to come. But it was already the time they had arranged. "He fooled us," the chubby guy said. Santos closed his eyes and deliberated for a moment. "Wait 10 more minutes. If no one comes, we'll leave." But just as he finished his sentence, someone knocked on the door. The person with the watch instinctively moved to his waist. Seeing Santos shake his head, he put his hands back on the table again. "Please come in," Santos spoke to the door. The door opened, but it was a 10-year-old boy that came in. Seeing the people in the room all look at him in surprise, the boy timidly brought out the tablet. "Someone asked me to bring this here. Where is that person?" Santos gazed with deadliness into the boy's eyes. With a frightened expression on the boy's face, the boy shook his head fiercely. His hands holding the tablet trembled uncontrollably with words rapidly spitting out. "I don't know, he had a mask on. He gave me $10 and asked me to bring this here." Then the boy carefully placed the tablet on the sofa beside the door and he quickly ran out. Without regard to the boy, Santos signaled the chubby guy to bring the tablet over. And then, the phone rang again. Seeing the caller, Santos picked up and said with a low but menacing voice, "What tricks are you playing with me?" Without wasting a word, Jiang Chen directly said. "There is a map on the tablet, the password is 1234, you can try to open it." Though frowning, Santos still followed the instruction and opened the map. And then? There are 8 armories in total. They are hidden in the rural area at the southern area of the country, Jiang Chen said with eyes narrowed. "Where are the armories?" Santos asked briskly. "You notice the check boxes beside the map? For every mission you complete, I'll provide you with a password. Every time you input a password, you can unlock the location of the treasure." "What the foo asterisk K does that mean?" Santos took a moment to process this while he cursed in his mind. "What's the purpose of you doing this?" "I'm providing you with firearms and cash to support your cause, not as a chip in negotiation with the government force. I want to see you separate MLL Island from the country's territory. Do you understand what I mean?" With his eyes lighting up, Santos attempted to convince him. "I promise I will bring Moro people to independence, you can absolutely trust me." "Huh, the most worthless thing in the world is trust, especially to 2 strangers." Jiang Chen smiled. "Then why should we trust you?" Santos said with gloom in his voice. "So I decided to pay first." Jiang Chen shrugged. "The first password, add 2GE hashtag, email protected. After you input the password, you will unlock the location of an armory, and also a mission brief. Complete it. After I confirm it on the news, I will tell you the next password. That's all I have to say, good luck." "Wait." Seeing that the person was about to hang up, Santos who just inputted the password wanted to stop him, but only silence followed. After stuffing his phone into his pocket, Santos looked on the tablet with gloominess on his face. "Boss, what do we do?" the chubby guy asked in a low voice. Santos looked speechlessly at the red dot located in Looting Town. He was silent. Then he said. "Card, take people to the location on the map." "Yes." The man with the watch stood up and memorized the location on the map in his head. Santos closed his eyes and sunk into the chair. He didn't like the feeling of being manipulated. But the generous offer was irresistible. If Jiang Chen provided all the arms to him at once, he would indeed choose the safer option. For example, first, form a force, and prepare for a year before he launched an attack. Not long after, his phone rang. He picked up with Card's tense voice. "Boss, we found it." "How much stuff is inside?" Santos said in an urgent tone. Card's throat felt dry. "There are bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, and even C4S. We also found 2,000 rifles, 40 boxes of rifle ammo, 10 RPG-7 with 100 rounds, and 5 mortars, also with 100 rounds. As well as $5 million USD in cash. Firearms. $5 million USD. Santos sat up abruptly. The hand holding the phone shook violently. "Immediately arrange people to transport it to our gathering spot." "Understood." Card nodded. Card was his confidant, he trusted his loyalty. He hung up the phone and ignored the question on the chubby guy's face. He scanned the mission brief on the tablet. Target, City PJ. Destroy the police station, power station, government building, and kill at least 80 government forces. Santos licked his dry lips. He felt his heart beat faster. If he followed it, it would be the biggest attack planned by MNLF since 2013. And with the firearms and cash support, MNLF could easily conduct this attack. But then, there would be no backing out. A trace of hesitation crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fervent. He made up his mind. It was time for a major headline. Yesterday, the anti-government militant launched a surprise attack on the city of Gadian, west of MLL Island. The attack destroyed 4 police stations, 2 bus terminals, 2 government buildings and 2 power stations in the city. This caused a massive outage in the city center. The two sides exchanged heavy fires in the north side of the city which caused 311 casualties with 101 dead. 5 hours after the attack, the MNLF was declared responsible for the attack and stated their commitment to the liberation of MLL Island. Based on our sources, a total of 1,000 militants participated in the attack. The anti-government militants were equipped with M4A1 assault rifles, night vision goggles as well as other UA weapons. They also possessed large quantities of RPG-7 anti-armor weapons as well as mortars and other heavy weapons. The attack could be the biggest attack in 30 years. The sophistication of the weapons even surpassed the local government force. While the source of the MNLF's weapons remains a mystery. 12 hours after the attack, the Aquino government denounced the attack and condemned the organization that provided the anti-government force with the weapons. They'll consider the possibility of sending an armored force to clear out the local guerrillas at MLL Island and search for the perpetrator behind the attack at all cost. Experts stated that this attack marked the collapse of the peace agreement reached between the F government and MLF in 2012. The Aquino government sending a force to MLL Island may receive the opposition of the MLF under the peace agreement. But without increasing the military presence, the local stability may continue to deteriorate, which will put the Aquino government in a tough spot. Military analysts suggested that the F Armor Force could not utilize its full strength in the rough terrains of MLL Island. Even with the armored force, the opposition is equipped with anti-tank weapons which would drastically reduce the effect of the deployment. The Aquino government's primary concern is to understand the source of the anti-government militants' weapon. They must strengthen their border control to prevent the situation from further deteriorating. The UA spokesperson stated that UA will continue to follow the development of this attack and is willing to assist in the investigation of the weapon source. When the reporter questioned if UA is willing to send out ground forces to assist Country F in its military actions against the MLNF, UA stated that they would not consider intervening with Country F's domestic affair. However, they don't rule out the possibility of sending out reconnaissance drones to support Country F's military actions. From 7 o'clock today, the Ministry of Tourism issued a red alert on traveling to Country F and recommend travelers with a plan to travel change or cancel their plans, or avoid tension areas where guerrillas may be active. Yang Yong reporting at the scene. The TV showed the footage of government forces firing behind covers. Although they didn't manage to capture footage of the attackers, from the grenades flying, the debris left by the bullets, as well as the unclear screams in the background, it was more than enough to know the gruesomeness of the attack. There were constant explosions and smoke rising in the distance. It was nearly impossible to avoid civilian casualties by using a killing tool like mortar in the city center. The government force must be cognizant of the consequences of accidentally wounding civilians, but the anti-government militants didn't need to have the same concern. A few stretchers moved by the street and ran to the temporary medical clinic set up beside the armored vehicle. The windows to the shops on the road were all shattered, people taking advantage of the situation swarmed into the store and grabbed whatever they could. A lot of people will die. But Jiang Chen will not seek forgiveness. He was not cold-blooded, but instead, Country F was asking for it. They selected the reckless government and promoted reckless behaviors among the civilians, and then the attack on Coral Island. Everything was just the price they must pay. Jiang Chen leaned on the sofa and turned off the TV. It looks like Santos made the right choice, saving Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. The MNFL's guerrillas have been in a state of conflict with the F government for 44 years, and it was the first time they received military assistance of this scale. They finally left their mark in history. Of course, Jiang Chen had no positive feelings toward the MNLF or F. He only needed this pawn to separate the annoying neighbor. Once Moro was entirely independent, he will pocket the rich iron, copper, and gold reserves on MLL Islands. Jiang Chen took out the phone he bought at a random store on the street, texted a message, and sent the next password to Santos. Since he already fulfilled his promise, he'll not be stingy on the reward. With the second batch of equipment, the MNLF will upgrade to the next level. Just like Jiang Chen expected, he only needed to throw the lighter into their hands before they lit the zoo on fire. At the same time, the satellite phone on the table began to ring. Without thinking, he knew it must be Robert. The satellite phone was Robert's special line for special services and was absolutely secure in theory. When he picked up, the old friend's voice came through. "My friend at FBI asked me for a chat." "What did you talk about?" "Just random things, for example, what I did when I went to South Africa." "Who did I see?" Robert said with a wry smile. "Oh. What did you tell him?" "What could I say? I said I went to take care of the shell company there." "Buddy, I'm not joking, but you went pretty far this time." Robert took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Terrorism has always been the bottom line for the Rainbow House, especially in their allies' territory. Although they haven't agreed on sending in the ground force, the CIB agents are already investigating. Jiang Chen contemptuously scorned. The definition of terrorism has always been a double standard. The anti-government militants in UA's allies' border are terrorists and separatists, and the anti-government militants in UA's enemy territory are freedom fighters, nationalists. The CIB agents? Santos doesn't even know who he traded with. Especially since Jiang Chen pointed out his whereabouts were exposed, as long as he is not dumb, he will hide carefully. The CIB won't be able to catch him. Robert sensed the contemptuousness from Jiang Chen's scorn and sighed. "Okay, I'm not calling to ask you to stop, I just want to remind you to be careful. I wasn't the only one being asked to have a chat, a few other arms dealers still in the scene were also there. Transporting arms from South Africa to Southeast Asia would have to go through multiple countries' airspace, and thus it is impossible to do it without leaving a trace. There won't be enough time to do it by freight, so I'm not too suspicious. Although I don't know how you transported it to Country F, instinct tells me that it has something to do with you. But I will never admit." Jiang Chen laughed. "Never admit." Robert said sternly, "Never let the capital know that it was you that did it, or we are both dead. Damn it, if I knew you were going to do this, I would have sold it to the dictator in West Africa. Now, there are a few more thousand people that would die indirectly because of me." In the end, Robert's voice was dumbfounded. "Don't worry, I did this discreetly. Didn't you say you wanted to shoot a biography called The Merchant of Death? Now I added another event to it," Jiang Chen comforted him in a casual voice. After hanging up, Jiang Chen stretched, threw the phone to the side, and got up. It was already to the end of July. He'll have to return to the apocalypse by early August at the latest. He missed Sun Jiao and them quite dearly after being away for so long. But before his returns, he still had a few things to do. He took his private boat to New Moon Island and found Ivan, who was training new recruits. He did a brief audit of the soldier's ability before he told him to recruit 300 sea crews as soon as possible. Before he left, Jiang Chen gave the phone that he used to communicate with Santos to Ivan and told him to read the news in the morning and then provide the password based on the mission status Santos was able to complete. Since he would be in the apocalypse for a while, he should give the task of causing a stir to someone he trusted. After all this, Jiang Chen headed to Coral Island and transported the iron and aluminum produced in July to the apocalypse. It was too inefficient to transport the ores, it was much better to transport the processed product. With this batch of steel, there was no need to worry about the supplies for the factories in the apocalypse. There were plenty of iron and aluminum to forge the C-type steel, and the extra could be sold to the factories in the 6th Street. Then, he also made a visit to headquarters of Future Biology to understand the sales of nutrient supply. All in all, this month's financial result was stellar. A profit of $100 million for the month. The 200,000 boxes of nutrient supply produced around the clock were delivered in 2 batches, the remaining 200,000 would be completed by month end. With Future 1.0 and massive retail chains like Walmart's promotion, nutrient supply easily entered people's sight. Pure natural green degreasing liquid food, lose 30 pounds in 30 days. With Emma's advertisement, based on the feedback from the retailers, the sales of the nutrient supply were extremely pleasing. All the retailers increased their order and the bigger chains even offered to obtain exclusive sales right to the nutrient supply at a high price, but Tao Ming rejected the offer. The reason was simple, there was no reason to abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Selling the exclusive sales right meant that they would have to give up on the e-commerce platform and other retailers. It was not a good trade. After Tao Ming reported the sales number, he urged Jiang Chen to increase capacity on the production line. Orders flew to Future Biology like snowflakes as all the workers in the nutrient supply factory were pushed to their limit, but still unable to meet the increase in demand. Based on Zhang Shujia's estimate, to meet the production demand, the production equipment and seaweed farm must at least double. Jiang Chen nodded. The organic converters were hard for him to obtain. When he moved the production equipment and 10 tons of inducers to the warehouse on Ange Island, Jiang Chen left for Coral Island. The rest of the hiring and other tasks will be taken care of by Zhang Shujia. But on his way home, Xia Xiu called. When Jiang Chen heard her voice, he was extremely delighted the internal test plan was finally completed. Wei Wendong, known as Shadow King, was an honorary member of the King's Esports Club as part of the League of Legends team runner-up in the S4 series. After the S4 he chose to retire from the scene and became a streamer, but surprisingly had a lackluster performance in the streaming world. But because he grasped on the historical opportunity of New Era coming online, he boldly chose to become a mobile game streamer that didn't seem to have a future. He finally used New Era's influence, stunning game content, and first-mover advantage to become the leader in New Era streaming. Right now, New Era's market penetration had already far surpassed Hearthstone, and even edging out the PC platform League of Legends. His influencing in the streaming world obviously increased because of that, as his follower on Weibo was comparable to his old captain. Therefore, half of his achievement today was because of future technology. So to the name that changed the lives of many, he had a strong connection to the company. Just some times ago, Future 1.0 suddenly had a push-up notification which perked his interest. Dear valued users, Future Technology's current underdevelopment VR MMORPG Godly Land is in internal testing phase. To support the users' continuous support, Future Technology decided to draw 2,000 internal testing players to the tourist destination Panu Islands, tour the beautiful Pacific and experience the astonishment of the era-defining MMORPG. The internal testing phase will be 2 months. In this period, the player can obtain $2,000 in monthly salary with flight and accommodations covered by Future Technology. After the internal test, participants will receive a collector game helmet. The helmet will be sent to participants on the first day of the official release. At the same time, the name used in the internal test will be retained in the official release. Virtual Reality MMORPG. Free international travel. disregarding the international aspect first. With the release of this news, it erupted among domestic forums as the netizens all expressed future technology's lunatic move. The $2,000 monthly salary, no one really cared about. People who were not dumb all knew that by being the first in obtaining information about the game, guilds would kill for you to join them. Even if you didn't join a guild, with the experience through the internal test, it was easy to make a living through the game. The profit by that time would far exceed $4,000. Even the most foolish person would know. Just take New Era, for example, professional players could make $10,000 easily through taking players to level up and selling gold. If they obtained legendary equipment, rich players would often pay millions just to get their hands on it. Almost no one questioned the fact that the godly land had a future without a ceiling. On a forum, Virtual Reality MMORPG? I can't believe I can see this in my lifetime. Let me go calm down first. Are the officials of future technology stupid? Playing games with this kind of technology? If this is used to train soldiers, our soldiers' combat ability will increase by 10 levels. The military budget for training would be reduced by 50%. But you use it to make games, what a disgrace. What a dumba *s. The second comment poster just connected to the internet. Virtual reality technology is already mature overseas. Plextech's virtual reality equipment is already used in training by the British forces, but it has yet to replace the whole training process. I don't know where you got the 10 levels of 50% data from. Also, EVE's VR equipment could already simulate intergalactic travel. If VR is as insane as you have described, why don't you go up in space? I just want to know where the public beta is. I'm not selected. QQ. Asking for internal testing spot for 1 million RMB, message if interested. The internal spot is connected with your ID, you really can't buy IQ with money. The posts on the game's official website already exceeded 20,000 on the first day. It was evident that the players were all eager for the virtual reality MMORPG. As to the game itself, future technology left enough mystery to it and only released a 1-minute CG as well as a portal for the draw. Before the draw, the players must confirm that they can head to Panu Islands. If the player cannot attend, they will be banned for 10 years once the game is online. With anxiousness, Wei Wendong pressed the button. With the number of participants in the draw continuously increasing, he didn't have too much hope. But happiness suddenly came around the corner when he managed to obtain a spot. When he saw the notification "Please confirm the availability during internal testing period," he pressed yes without hesitation, then uploaded the screenshot to Weibo, which instantly caused an explosive reaction among his fans. Damn! The Shadow King is switching games. What about streaming? The Shadow King definitely did but stuff with the president, Jiang Chen. No way he would be this lucky. Brother Shadow King, could you bring me there? I'm cute, and I can warm the bed. Wei Wendong looked at the fans' envious replies as he lips curled up. He ignored the comments filled with jealousy. While his vanity was fulfilled, he thought about how to grasp the opportunity. The only information provided by the game designer was a 1-minute cinematic trailer with an ancient Oriental and Western background. There were warriors, archers, mages, thieves, and a lot more. In New Era, Wei Wendong chose an archer, but he planned to change his style and play as a mage. Since it was virtual reality MMORPG, the mage would definitely feel more powerful compared to physical damage dealers. Anyone could swing a sword and shoot an arrow in real life, but who could throw a fireball? But just as he was planning how he would spend the 2 months, his phone began to ring. Who is calling me this late? Wei Wendong glanced at the darkness outside and picked up his phone. When he saw the caller, he was stunned. It was his formal boss calling him, the big boss of King, Wang Tao. Wei Wendong was deliberating on what made the boss call him personally, as they didn't have any contact for over a year. Hello. Huh, little Dong, do you still remember me? Wang Tao said with a smile. Of course, how is Boss Wang doing? Wei Wendong chatted with his old boss. Doing well. Oh, do you have any interest in returning to Kings? Wang Tao asked. Return to Kings? Play League of Legends? Who plays that anymore? Wang Tao seemed to have sensed Wei Wendong was about to reject as he immediately dropped a mega bomb. 20 million, yearly salary. Wei Wendong held his breath. 20 million, damn, 2 times the premium. Even as a streamer with the highest earning potential, Messiah was only worth 20 million. Although Wei Wendong's influence and reputation were not far off, New Era was not a game that could easily pump up the viewership as competitive games do. It is less common for the viewers to give 666, 1, compared to LOL, therefore his yearly income was only 9 million. But Boss Wang, I don't want to scam you, my LOL skill has already dash, Wei Wendong squeezed the words out of his mouth. The offer was attractive, but he knew his skills well. Who is asking you to play LOL? Wang Tao laughed, he paused, before he asked in a quite reserved voice, is the screenshot on your Weibo real? Screenshot. Wei Wendong came to a realization. Kings made the wrong judgment call when New Era first came online. Wang Tao initially thought the game had a great promotion with great graphics, but it was still lackluster compared to the dominate LOL kingdom. Therefore, while Kings did form a New Era division in the beginning, it didn't invest in too many resources. But then, once the guilds that invested heavily rose with the rise of New Era, Kings began to regret their decision, but it was too late. A bunch of esports clubs with a name no less than Kings spawned out. A club named Conquerors was almost edging Kings out as the dominant club in Hua. Therefore this time, Wang Tao would not miss the Godly Land ship. Everyone knew that the big trend on internet development was virtual reality. PC games were on a downward trend, and future technology was the leader in domestic artificial intelligence technology. With the release of this Godly Land, it was combing their competitive edges together. The throne of Tencent's empire might not be so secure after all. But unfortunately, none of King's members obtained an internal test spot. Although future technology provided some spots for the major guilds in New Era, the spots were mostly targeted towards guilds with major influence. What made Wang Tao frustrated was that the King's Guild had no influence in New Era at all. He threw in some money a few months ago, but it only managed to bring the guild to above average. Compared to the top 5 in the server, there was still a noticeable difference. Fortunately, Wei Wendong's Weibo post made him see hope. Professional player plus internal test participant. It was easy to foresee that this guy's future in the Godly Land was bright. Therefore, Wang Tao immediately called him and extended an offer to the ex-member. Wang Tao coughed, used a serious tone, and spoke to Wei Wendong with sincerity. The King's Esports Club sincerely wishes for your return and bring Kings our formal glory. Also, you'll be the guild leader of Godly Kings, are you interested? The guild leader of the King's Guild. Wei Wendong's eyes widened. He didn't think the always cautious formal boss would bet on such a risky move. With King's resources as well as his own professional ability, and the experience as an internal player. He took a deep breath as he felt his heart pumped furiously. The feeling of one step to heaven was just like this. Yes. I'm very interested. Welcome home, my Shadow King. Wang Tao laughed out loud. From Shanghai to Melbourne, then boarding a luxury cruise from the port of Melbourne to Xi'an. The luxurious cruise contained a self-serving restaurant, bar, pool, gym, net cafe, store, medical center, club, and a luxurious grand hall big enough to serve 2,500 guests. With 12 levels and exquisite interior design, the place was not just a 6-star hotel, but also a giant amusement park. Inside the grand hall of the cruise, every single one of the 2,000 players attended. Everyone here was a die-hard fan of future technology. When selecting players, although it was stated to be equal in opportunity, future technology did include some indicators for guidance. For example, players with longer play time in New Era were more likely to be chosen, the same was for players with higher VIP. Other than the 2,000 players, the remaining people were staff members on the crews and the employees of future technology. Because it was not a news conference and only a ceremony for internal testing, Xia Xiyu rejected the media's request and just arranged 3 future 1.0 news reporters to record the ceremony and conduct some interviews with the players. Full tables of champagne, courteous servers. In the grand hall, the luxurious atmosphere made Wei Wendong gasp for air. Although his income was close to Tier 1 celebrities, people who play games typically stayed at home without spending too much time outside. Before he came, he prepared a rather expensive suit, he felt it didn't match the environment. But when he saw the players around him completely stunned, he quickly got used to the feeling. Compared to the other poor suckers, he was an elite among them. A lot of people wore just a t-shirt in the middle of the grand hall, they were the definition of not understanding the atmosphere. Among the players, he surprisingly saw a lot of familiar faces. For example, a pro player from the Conquerors Guild, and a streamer on the same platform as him. Since only 1,500 spots were open globally, the remaining 500 spots were all gifted by future technology to guilds with influence or to streamers with high influence. Just as he was about to chat with the people he knew, the lights suddenly dimmed. People began to whisper to each other while waiting for the official start of the ceremony. Then, on the previously dimmed podium, a spotlight suddenly appeared. Jiang Chen in a suit walked in confident strides from the back of the stage to the podium. The light followed his footsteps and presented him in front of the crowd. Jiang Chen came empty-handed to the stage. But behind the podium was a giant 1050-inch screen, and in the middle of the screen was Future Technology's logo. "We lead the future." When Wei Wendong saw him, he widened his eyes. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was known as the Bill Gates from the East, the president of Future Technology. "Wow, look, it's Jiang Chen." A streamer with big boobs gently covered her mouth as she dragged on to the new friend she just met and exclaimed with excitement. "So young." A female pro gamer blushed. "The president of Future Group is personally here," a player said in shock. The players below the stage all took out their phone in excitement and snapped photos of Jiang Chen. To the excitement of the players, Jiang Chen smiled along and said in a joking voice, "You can take photos, just remember to turn off flash, or else once the internal testing is over, I won't give you a signature." Because Jiang Chen spoke in Han, a lot of international players were confused, but those who understood laughed. The female player with flash on turned off the flash with her face completely red. Seeing the atmosphere was appropriate, Jiang Chen signaled everyone to quiet down. It was not the first time he came up without a script. Perhaps he was used to people being in awe, with the 2,000-something people in front of him, he didn't feel any emotional fluctuations. He calmly adjusted the earpiece in his ear and smiled at the players. To all the players attending this ceremony from all over the world, welcome. Just as he finished his sentence, the triangular logo on the screen exploded, the explosion formed into millions of dust particles and turned into words. Those were translations in English, French, German, Italian, Russian, Korean, and Arabic. The international players were all complaining in their mind that they didn't understand Han. But when the words were displayed, they finally felt relieved. Then, their eyes widened. Real-time voice translation. It had been a technical challenge to be able to conduct real-time voice translation through a computer. Although Microsoft launched a software called Touch Talk, the software was weak for long and fast sentences. But the technology displayed by Future Technology was obviously not on the same level as Touch Talk. It not only could accurately translate in a noisy environment, it could automatically translate to reflect the tone of the message. Where is the applause? Jiang Chen smiled. The stunned players were dragged back into reality and all gave Jiang Chen a thunderous applause. When they thought about it, they were no longer shocked. Since it was a tech company that created an artificial intelligence like Little White, it would not be too tough for the artificial intelligence to do this. Jiang Chen stood on the stage and waited for the applause to stop with a smile. He then continued, "Today, future technology will bring everyone an era-defining technology. Let us witness this historical moment together." Jiang Chen raised his right hand. Light particles emerged and became concentrated in his opened palm and formed a motorcycle helmet. The people below the stage all had their eyes wide open and shockingly witnessed this moment. Hologram technology. Okay, it was not a fascinating technology. But it was indeed a stunning performance by future technology. The helmet hovering in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to really be there. Virtual reality. Future technology has always been striving for innovation, whether in software or hardware. I know all of you shouldn't be unfamiliar with virtual reality games. Even when you're dreaming, you still fantasize about having a pair of wings to take you anywhere, to be able to be part of an exciting adventure on a continent filled with swords and magic. He stared at the faces with expectation and enthusiasm and smiled pleasingly. Now, I am pleased to announce to everyone, this is no longer a fantasy, it is now a reality. Everyone held their breath with excitement and hope emerged from their eyes. Now, let us first see a video, and get to know the virtual reality helmet named Phantom. Jiang Chen walked down from the stage and sat on the open seat reserved for him. The translation on the giant screen faded, just like waves on a lake returning to peace. Immediately, a man with a figure similar to Jiang Chen appeared in the middle of the screen. He put on the helmet and lied on the bed. The scene flashed, in the blink of an eye, it changed from God's view to Jiang Chen's first-person perspective and was observing the inside of the helmet. Activated. The pitch-black internal helmet screen suddenly lit up. Countless particles flashed forward in a three-dimensional manner. Everything had clarity as if it really existed. Iris verification program activated. Registered as a new user. Registering. Genetic code registered, please set the name. Till this point, the player's emotions were rather stable without anyone being shocked. Right now, future technology had yet to demonstrate the difference between this VR equipment and the rest of the VR equipment on the market. But by the next second, everyone was stunned. The light on the screen began to turn dark, it was as if people closed their eyes and fell asleep. Suddenly, the scene cleared up. An epic symphony played, butterflies flew and stopped on the finger of an elegant elf. She looked towards the world outside of the forest, it was a human state. The sharp blade edge was accompanied by a soul-stirring war hammer chant. Soldiers roaring leaped at the ogre's defense line, but then was shattered by the wolf knight's iron hoofs. In the distant mountain, dragons roared. A dragon knight flew down from the peak. The scorching fire unleashed its fury and tore down the defense of the ogres. Everything seemed so real. What shocked everyone was not the vividness of the pictures, but the feeling of being in the game. Could it be the virtual reality helmet in novels? It is not the garbage VR equipment on the market. You could fly. God, this is too unbelievable. This astonishing technology is born in the hands of a Han company. Nanny. Isn't this the NERV gear in Sword Arts Online? And future technology created it. Jiang Chen patiently waited for the players to unleash their astonishment and exhilaration, waiting until the crowd began to die down. Then he raised his hand and signaled the crowd to look at him. The video included how to use the Phantom virtual reality helmet, as well as the complete version of the cinematic trailer. As to the exact content of the game, please wait until you arrive at Panu Islands and use your own eyes to experience the beauty of this virtual reality MMORPG. Now, I announce the official start of the 2-month internal test. Please enjoy your time on the cruise, the food and alcohol are complimentary. This is Future Technology's way of saying thanks to all participants from all over the world. Thank you. As the last syllable finished, an explosive applause abruptly bellowed towards the stage as Jiang Chen left the stage. The grand hall was lit up again, and elegant music began to play as people were finally dragged back to reality. "So handsome." A girl in a long dress holding her phone said while staring at the podium. The blush on her cheeks could either be from the makeup she used, or the fantasy in her mind. Wei Wendong not far away mocked in his mind. The light is already on, but people are still in their dreams. Young, rich, single, easygoing, Jiang Chen naturally became the center of the ceremony. With a bunch of girls surrounding him, a lot of female streamers with excellent balls chatted with him, which made the male players all envious of the scene. It made sense, since if they could manage to dig a wealthy man like this, it was not working how many years less, it was working how many lives less. But at Jiang Chen's level, the typical girls didn't interest him anymore. He nobly accepted the toasts of the beauty, but to the obvious hint, he didn't suggest anything. Because he only knew one foreign language, he didn't chat much with the international players. Instead, he spoke with some of the renowned domestic players. A player called Wei Wendong suggested to him important events such as annual or monthly tournaments. Once the MMORPG has a competitive element, players' desire to practice skills and the subsequent user stickiness would drastically increase. Jiang Chen took the suggestion to heart and indicated he would consider adding it in the public beta. A lot of times, experienced players may know more than the developers about the pros and cons of a game. Even if they haven't started playing it yet, at least they know what they want to play. A British player also asked Jiang Chen about the price of the helmet and the pay model of the game. Jiang Chen didn't answer it, as he only stated that before the game's official launch, future technology would reveal the information during a press conference. After spending half an hour in the grand hall, seeing that there were more and more people gathering around him, Jiang Chen had no choice but to leave. He felt that if he stayed any longer, it would become a press conference instead. But there was one question he didn't answer. It was whether the game was made with VR equipment such as sensor vest and gloves, or the immersive virtual reality described in anime, novels, and movies. Jiang Chen only had one response. "You will understand everything the moment you put on the helmet." The cruise was not heading straight to Coral Island. The trip was to go slowly from Melbourne toward the Coral Sea, dock in the Solomon Islands, and then go through New Guinea waters, before heading to Coral Island. The 3 days cruise trip cost Jiang Chen $7 million USD. It was partially to create news to hype up the game's release, partially to provide advertisements for tourism at Coral Island. When he returned to his room, he immediately lied down, stretched out on the bed, and began to burp. Then he loosened the tie around his neck. What does it feel like to be drunk off of champagne? He didn't know whether he was burping because of the alcohol, or because of being too full. His phone rang. He took out the phone. It was Xia Xiu. "Hello. You're drunk." "A bit, what's up?" Jiang Chen unbuttoned 2 buttons in the front of his chest as he tried to cool himself down by waving his hand. I want to ask you, how is it going over there," Xia Xiu said in a considerate tone. "Absolutely perfect." Jiang Chen cockily chuckled. "Okay, looks like you're really drunk." Xia Xiu facepalmed. "I have something serious to talk about, are you free right now?" "Of course." Xia Xiu cleared her throat and began to report. This is what happened. Intercontinental Hotels Group, Hilton International Hotel Group, Jumeirah, St. Regis, Four Seasons and other 5-star hotels operating internationally renowned enterprises have also sent a letter of intent to Future International, hoping to cooperate in this development project. For example, they wanted to cut a slice of the pie in the tourism hotel infrastructure. Jiang Chen was more than welcoming because he couldn't make all the money himself. But what confused him was that based on the current situation, Standard and Poor, Moody and Fitch ratings all downgraded Xian's sovereign credit rating. Why was there still so many corporations in favor of investing in Panu Islands? When Xia Xiu heard Jiang Chen's question, she gave a professional explanation. Just like the stock's trade volume is opposite of the company's quarterly report and the credit agency's rating. The risk is always propositional to reward. Country F is amidst a civil war without any energy to focus on the prisoner situation. The terrorist attack in Xi'an had caused the investors' desire to cool down, but Celestial Trade's emergency announcement of $200 million in the establishment of the National Security Department reignited investors' interest with its decisive and robust policy. The investment was a bet on expectations. And the liveliness demonstrated by Xi'an was indeed worth their investment. On the other hand, based on Xi'an's strong stance toward Country F as well as the tension escalating in the South Sea, the hostility between Hua and Country F would continue to escalate. Since the enemy's enemy is a friend, Hua was most likely to favor Xi'an. The diplomatic relationship between societies would most likely be reflected economically. It was especially more prominent in patriotic Asia. Therefore, once the $8.7 billion infrastructure and tourism resources development projects were completed, it would trigger an inflood of Han-dominated tourists. With consideration to the mild weather, fantastic scenery, wealthy Han tourists, and high-paced economic growth, it was easy to foresee that as long as the new regime remained stable, this place would become the Maldives of the Pacific. Also, Xia Xiu. Are you interested in becoming the CEO of Future Group? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Do you really mean it, or are you just drunk? I really mean it, he forced the burp down and said earnestly. With a flushed face, Xia Xiu put her hand on her elbow and changed the hand she was holding the phone one. Could I know the reason? She wanted to hear, I want you to stay by my side. Because I trust your ability, Jiang Chen said with seriousness. The other side of the phone was silent for half a minute. Just as Jiang Chen was confused why she didn't say anything, Xia Xiu let out a wry sigh. Once the virtual reality project is on the right track, I'm the most familiar with its plan, and I don't trust other people enough to handle it. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. After he hung up the phone, he flung his phone onto the pillow. It feels lonely without Aisha beside him. Maybe he should go find Sun Jiao. It is not the best idea to attempt interdimensional travel on a cruise ship. There is no guarantee I won't end up in the sea by the time I return. Maybe I should take a shower to sober up. As he thought this, he sat up and walked to the bathroom. But then, the doorbell rang. With his eyebrows raised, Jiang Chen walked to the door and turned on the small TV screen installed into the wall. The view from the camera outside the door turned on. It was a woman in server's clothes. She had a European face. Under the cap was curly brown hair and outside the purple vest was a silver name tag. She held a tray with cups and champagne and she looked into the camera with a smile. Jiang Chen noticed that the white shirt underneath the vest had the first two buttons undone. There were also two crystal cups on the tray. She seemed to be hinting at something. I didn't remember ordering champagne. I want to puke at the sight of it, Jiang Chen joked. Sir, you'll need it, the female server said with a grin. Surprisingly, her Han was fluent. Staring at the deep trench, Jiang Chen felt thirsty. Are you not going to welcome me in? She used a flirtatious tone. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. With a slightly intoxicated mind, he opened the door. The female server walked in with cat-like steps and a trace of what seemed to be pheromones. She walked by Jiang Chen with the tray. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he tried to guess what game she was playing. I don't think you're a server. She put the tray on the nightstand. The beauty poured the liquid into the two crystal glasses as she spoke seductively. If I didn't pretend to be a server, your bodyguards wouldn't let me approach this room. Then who are you? Jiang Chen said with doubt as he walked behind her. Your female fan. I don't foo *k my fans. The beauty rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. She turned around and made contact with his chest while elegantly holding onto a glass. She placed her right hand on his shoulder. Are Han men always this uncourteous? Jiang Chen gently squeezed her left hand. Then I should courteously ask you to leave. It's not courteous to reject a lady, you should courteously carry me into the washroom. She leaned closer to Jiang Chen's ear as she let out a warm breath. With a tingling sensation in his lower body, little Jiang Chen raised his head. Sensing Jiang Chen's change in demeanor, the tips of the girl's lips raised up. Who is this girl? I don't even know your name. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed as he played with and squeezed her small hand as she spoke into his ear. Isn't that exciting? You just need to know that I'm one of the 2,000 players you invited. The beauty bit Jiang Chen's ear as she whispered. One of the 2,000 players. I don't remember seeing you at the ceremony. Jiang Chen carefully recalled the ceremony in his head, but he had no memory of her at all. You can't remember all 2,000 players. After tonight, you'll only remember me. The beauty raised the glass and took a small sip of the champagne as she kissed Jiang Chen. The liquid was exchanged through their long French kiss. Jiang Chen used this opportunity to grab her by the waist. Their lips parted. Jiang Chen grinned while breathing heavily. I need to check to see if you have any illegal items on your body. Sir, I'm glad to assist you. The beauty unbuttoned her shirt. Her purple vest and white shirt dropped to the ground. With a smirk, Jiang Chen carried her into the bathroom. The sounds of water dripping on the ground accompanied by what seemed like hand clapping echoed in the room. It was an intense battle. The beauty laid on Jiang Chen's body with redness all over her face. She breathed rhythmically while her finger drew circles on his muscular chest. Are you thirsty? A little bit. Jiang Chen caught his breath and grinned. I told you that you were going to need it. The beauty covered his mouth and grabbed the champagne on the nightstand. Jiang Chen smiled and reached for it, but she dodged him. Let me feed you. Jiang Chen shrugged and just laid down. The beauty held the liquid in her mouth and approached him. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the concentration of alcohol in the champagne seemed a bit high. He had sobered up after their exercise, but after a few gulps of the champagne, Jiang Chen felt a bit drunk again. Do you feel sleepy? A bit. What's the color of my underwear? The beauty teasingly said while lying next to Jiang Chen. Purple. Jiang Chen yawned wearily. He still could remember this detail. Then, what about the golden apple? The beauty asked with a smile. Black. Wait. Jiang Chen immediately realized that he needed to maintain his intoxicated appearance. Of course it's golden. Jiang Chen chuckled and slapped her firm butt. The golden apple was, of course, black, but if he revealed its true color, the situation would have taken a drastic turn. Just like he suspected, the girl's identity wasn't simple. KGB. No, Russia and Xian were in a honeymoon phase. Willy Society. Possibly. Rothschild family. Possible too, but unlikely, since Carmen just loaned him 30 billion, he wouldn't do something that would naturally strain their relationship. What other organizations? CIB. Mi-6. Since the KGB knew about the Golden Apple, there was no reason why the NATO intelligence department that controlled Willy's society wouldn't know either. A distinct disappointment flashed across the beauty's eyes, but it was quickly hidden by a smile on her red lips. The technology possessed by future technology was enough evidence to suspect that Jiang Chen could have the Golden Apple and consequently the technology from the future. She slipped drugs with a sleeping effect into the champagne, so if Jiang Chen was unsuspecting and under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't possibly lie. But Jiang Chen didn't give the right response, and his expression didn't change either. Could it be that the technology he possessed really was the work of his team? The beauty was a bit lost. Just then, she received her superior's command from the earpiece hidden inside her ear ordering her to end the mission and prepare to retreat. Her superior also believed that the golden apple wasn't in Jiang Chen's possession. "Are you a Christian?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Fu *k, if my body wasn't injected with a genetic vaccine, I definitely would have said something I shouldn't have. Perhaps you should relearn your world history." The name Golden Apple came from Greek mythology and signaled the holy and pristine, such as love, the beautiful spy said gently as she caressed Jiang Chen's face. "Is that an actual explanation?" "I'm a bit illiterate, don't trick me," Jiang Chen mocked her in his mind. "Let me guess, you're an Italian." Jiang Chen used this opportunity to change the topic as he continued to play dumb. "I'm from Poland." She didn't look like she was lying. "Could I know your name?" Jiang Chen wrapped his hand around her waist more forcefully while he whispered in her ear seductively. "Of course not," the beautiful spy said while putting her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. "But considering how good you are, we can do it one more time before we say goodbye." She didn't want to leave like this, she was still relishing the sensation from the 2 hours of battle they had. But since he was no longer a suspect, the objective behind her seduction no longer existed. Jiang Chen pushed her onto the bed with a smirk. Jiang Chen had two choices. 1. Capture her, then use truth-telling serum to obtain some intel from the beautiful spy's mouth and discover her identity. But then the opponent would know that he did, in fact, know about the golden apple. Jiang Chen believed that she definitely had some technology hidden somewhere. It didn't take advanced technology to hide a telecom device in her ear canal. 2. Pretend to know nothing and just let her go. Even if he didn't find out her identity, he would no longer be a suspect. Reveal his card and declare war or keep his card hidden. Jiang Chen only wavered for 2 seconds before he chose the latter option. Because if he chose the former, he couldn't do anything to them without a proper intelligence group, even if he knew the opponent's identity. The battle lasted for 2 more hours as Jiang Chen almost made the beautiful spy's bones collapse before he finally spared her from her pleading and agony. After taking a shower, she didn't stay in Jiang Chen's room overnight but said goodbye instead. Jiang Chen half-heartedly tried to convince her to stay before he saw her to the door. After closing the door, Jiang Chen noticed that it was already deep into the night, so he headed to bed. The next morning, Jiang Chen pretended to want to see the spy again. He ordered the bodyguards to bring the staff list to him. When he didn't see her name on the list, Jiang Chen went to see the captain of the cruise ship and asked about the spy, going by the name on her name tag. Jiang Chen couldn't believe she had no accomplices on the ship, so he had to play dumb throughout the whole process. After confirming that a woman of this name wasn't on the ship, Jiang Chen ordered the bodyguards and servers to search the cruise ship. Although they didn't find the woman, they managed to find a server uniform folded neatly at the back of the cruise ship. The name tag was exactly the same as the one Jiang Chen saw the night before. After the bodyguard brought the clothes to Jiang Chen's room, Jiang Chen managed to find some tangled underwear along with a neatly written note. "Hello, I already left. Now that you know I'm already gone, are you surprised? Before coming, I poisoned my bodily fluids, so any person who slept with me would be poisoned. I originally planned to use the antidote to force you to come to Poland with me as my hostage. But after carefully thinking it through, it would be too unromantic if I just kept you with me. If you find these clothes, it means you looked hard for me. The antidote is in the underwear. However, if you forgot about me after you slept with me, why don't you go die? So bye-bye, see you, handsome Asian man." The note didn't reveal her identity as a spy, but instead, she made up an excuse to cover her actions. Jiang Chen laid on his bed, sighed and muttered to himself, "Don't you know that for someone with immunity above 20, even AIDS would be ineffective?" Jiang Chen put on his EP and saw the line immunity, 27, in his stats and scoffed. Just like he expected, there was no irregularity in his status. However, he hadn't expected the beautiful spy to poison her ***sy. He also hadn't expected her to leave the antidote behind and even create a story to cover her intentions. Was it because of my face? Or because of my D*K? Jiang Chen stroked his chin as he thought to himself narcissistically. The 3-day cruise trip was tranquil, the ship avoided all the dense clouds and the journey was absolutely gorgeous. Wei Wendong spent the day wandering the ship's artificial beach to enjoy the sunshine and the bikinis of all the beauties. At night, he returned to his room and streamed New Era. After some careful deliberation, he decided he would put aside New Era after Godly Land was officially released and he would concentrate all his effort on the virtual reality MMORPG. He had a feeling that once the mature virtual reality MMORPG was introduced, it would completely change the gaming landscape. Once people became used to immersive gaming, would they be interested in games on the screen anymore? Maybe, since mobile games could fill people's spare time. A lot of people were also passionate about these games, but people had limited energy and Wei Wendong knew how much energy it consumed to play 2 MMORPGs at the same time. With virtual reality games becoming more common, people's selection of mobile games would shift toward fast-paced, simple, and casual games. Not to mention other mobile game MMORPGs, but even the New Era game by Future Technology would most likely be impacted by Godly Land. Although Future Technology hadn't admitted that Phantom was immersive virtual reality equipment, Wei Wendong, accustomed to the surprises crafted by Future Technology, believed that they would shock the players around the world once they revealed the truth. Otherwise, what was the point of their extensive marketing? Regardless, it was a massive gamble for him since he was at the top in New Era. But he didn't feel like this gamble was overly risky since the Kings already signed him for 5 years. He also had the confidence in his strong skills, game sense, and internal test experience to make his mark in the game. 3 days later, 2,000 players got off the cruise ship at Koro Island. With the beckoning of Future Technology employees, the players arrived at a business hotel. The hotel had been booked out by Future Technology for 2 months to serve as the test location. The ballroom, big enough to host 2,000 people, was renovated to form the official testing grounds. There were 2,000 custom-made recliner chairs and 2,000 Phantom helmets. Based on the description, everyone's identity was tied to their helmet number. The helmets could not leave the testing grounds. Also, no photos or videos were allowed on the testing grounds. If violated, participation would be revoked and the player would be sent off the island at their own expense. The test would run between 8 in the morning to 6 at night. During this time, the players had to play the game for at least 6 hours. The testing grounds would be open on weekends and the players could choose to continue to play the game or wander the island freely. After reading the terms and conditions, Wei Wendong picked up helmet number 0008 which belonged to him. When he discovered there was no sensor vest and gloves, an inexplicable joy erupted in his mind. Indeed. Immersive virtual reality. He immediately laid down on the chair that belonged to him and he quickly put on the helmet. He followed the system commands and registered his ID as Shadow King. With an exhilarated heartbeat, he entered the game. His pounding heart was stripped away from his body. When he opened his eyes again, he faced a gray and white cubicle dimension. He stood in the middle of a cube. He was tempted to kneel down and kiss the cold ground. A menu popped out, just as the host described. He chose the game Godly Land and registered the user, Shadow King, then chose Mage as his class. His figure was randomized based on 80% similarity. He couldn't wait to make a fireball and experience the feeling of controlling magic. Light illuminated the room when he opened his eyes again. Now he was at an ancient-looking street, the starting village of humans. Chattering voices filled the street as pedestrians in adventure-type clothes strolled by. A musician hummed songs along the street while the surrounding crowds offered up a coin or two. Everything seemed surreal, all the NPCs seemed alive. Right. Artificial intelligence. Future Technology must have used artificial intelligence similar to Little White. Although he knew how massive a project it must have been to install artificial intelligence on all the NPCs, he didn't have time to ponder this further as he was completely immersed in the astonishment of living a second life. With a long, wooden rod in his hand, he took in the 100-something new players standing dumbfounded on the square in the beginner village. In order to fully appreciate the virtual world he was in, he didn't move a single step while he scanned his surroundings enthusiastically. Suddenly, his expression froze. What the foo *k? 90-something mages? The 90-something mages didn't do anything else as they waved their fingers in the air in excitement. They were probably all trying to figure out how to form fireballs. Wei Wendong blanked out. What a big class disparity just in internal testing. He had an ominous feeling, this class would definitely be nerfed. Inside the office building of Tencent was a busy scene. The occasional employee walking in the hallway didn't have the most optimistic expression. With company performance continuing to slide, employees sensed the risk of upcoming layoffs. Yes, the lifespan of QQ wasn't the longest these days. Once Future 1.0's messenger function came online, the number of active users on QQ trended negatively. The QQ project lead was so stressed that his hair almost turned completely white, but he was still unable to come up with a solution to reclaim the messaging throne. What? User stickiness? That's right, when your friends, family, and friends on the internet all use QQ, it might be difficult to change users' messenger tool of choice. But when all your friends, family and friends on the internet already installed Future 1.0 and Future 1.0 happened to come out with a messenger function, was QQ really irreplaceable? Especially since Future technology used a shady technique, friend synchronization technology. WeChat and QQ could synchronize a phone's contact list, and Future 1.0's overpowering function could synchronize WeChat and QQ friend lists. So any user with Future 1.0, QQ, and WeChat installed, Future 1.0 would be able to sync all a user's friends with the click of a button and separate the friends based on the filter. This move made the project lead of QQ curse Future 1.0's mother, but he couldn't do anything about it. Future technology hadn't violated any laws, it synced friend lists with the user's permission and didn't pose any threat to QQ's functionality, nor did it trigger any laws regarding vicious competition. At least for messaging software on mobile platforms, Future technology already snatched more than half of all users. It was fortunate that QQ was still competitive because of its PC platform, but WeChat, which normally always had a stunning performance, suffered greatly. The foundation that formed the skyscraper of Penguin Empire was QQ, all other products were based on this foundation. And now, Future 1.0 was attacking the foundation itself. Boss, Future technology has made a new move. An assistant with square glasses walked in and slid a document gently in front of Ma Huateng. He sat in front of his table with gloom all over his face. His eyes didn't leave the laptop screen at all. It was an article reposted by Newsnet. Future technology had been promoting virtual reality technology lately. Ma Huateng was skeptical if they could make their money back with the massive campaign they launched. He had some understanding of virtual reality technology. While the country had made some technology in the field domestically, compared to Google and Microsoft, there was still a sizable disparity. Virtual reality MMORPG overseas is still in its infancy, yet you wanted to get ahead of the game, what's the point? Once they eat the meat, they will just take the leftovers and fry it, and it will still be delicious. What's the need for innovation? In a 1.3 billion market, copyright is non-existent. Foolish, how foolish. Ma Huateng shook his head. If virtual reality MMORPG in internal testing was really as magical as they made it sound, it would be an unprecedented shockwave to the traditional MMORPGs on PC and mobile platforms. What made it difficult was that the testing location of Godly Land was in Panu Islands, there was no media coverage and no leaked photos. Penguin possessed only minimal information. Was it the traditional sensory VR equipment or the rumored immersive virtual reality technology? There was great debate about this on the internet. Some people claiming to be internal testers said it was, in fact, the traditional equipment. But other internal testers stated that future technology had developed the legendary immersive technology. Because there were no leaked photos, the godly land seemed mysterious. "Boss," the assistant spoke out. "Is there any renowned virtual reality company domestically?" Ma Huateng let out a sigh. "Wanghai Lixiang Technology Company. They just introduced the Deepun virtual reality equipment which uses Samsung AMOLED 1080 high-definition screen with 75 Hz rate and 120-degree wide-angle screen. It performed superbly during the CES exhibition. Send people to discuss the acquisition," Ma Huateng ordered. "Yes." The assistant nodded and left with quick steps. It shouldn't be difficult to acquire the company. The virtual reality industry was never hot domestically, and the mild state meant there was a lack of capital in pursuit. If someone was willing to pay for their creativity, they were probably more willing to exchange their technology for cash. Ma Huateng stood up and walked to the giant window. He glanced down at Shen streets as well as his reflection in the window. His eyes narrowed. "Okay, since future technology has entered the virtual reality era, let me play with you then." The so-called Icarus paradox referred to an enterprise with a monopoly in the market and a fear of change. The company would be reluctant to conduct management, technology, and business model updates. This would make it difficult to adapt to the ever-changing environment and the company would lose its advantage with the arrival of new competition. What was the Icarus effect? It referred to an enterprise already with a monopoly in the market using all its resources to prevent change from occurring. Examples could be seen by energy giants divesting from new energy resources or hostile takeovers of new energy companies. But because of future technology's unbreakable share structure and excellent operating conditions, it gave the tech giants no vulnerabilities to target. At the Microsoft headquarters in Seattle, the chief executive officer, Satya Nadella, sat in front of his desk while staring at his coffee. He zoned out while listening to his assistant's report. HoloLens sales in July increased by 27%. When he heard this, he recollected his thoughts. HoloLens was virtual reality equipment based on the Windows 10 design by Microsoft. It received a positive market reaction since it was introduced to the market in 2016, but the significant fluctuation in sales was a rare sight. Till the market closed, Nasdaq's virtual reality sector all ended in the green. Due to virtual reality division, our company's stock also rose by 3%. A 3% rise for a megacorporation like Microsoft was substantial. Satya closed his eyes. Establish a subsidiary to operate the HoloLens project and immediately released the announcement for HoloLens 2. The assistant's eyes widened and he stared at Satya in disbelief. But HoloLens was just introduced. Could it be Satya glanced at his assistant without saying a word. He knew what the assistant wanted to say. Establish a shell, make an announcement, create a subsidiary first then an IPO and find the next buyer. But virtual reality had a bright future, so why would he do that? The board won't agree, the assistant carefully cautioned him. Don't overthink. I'm preparing just in case. Satya stood up. I'll go explain to the board. I have to also ask Gates' opinion. Then Satya left the office and the shocked assistant. With the document in his hand, the assistant stood still for a long time. He didn't understand, with Microsoft's power, why would they need to prepare just in case? In the office building of 361 Corporation, Godly Land. Virtual reality MMORPG. Interesting. Zhou Hongwei scanned the web page on the screen, feeling intrigued. Boss, you don't seem to be worried. Zhang Jiefeng, beside his desk, said with a wry smile. What's there to worry about? Zhou Hongwei glared at him and sank into his chair. Is this something to be worried about? Future's about to update to Future 2.0, yet there's nothing from the team assigned to crack the software. What a bunch of useless tools. Zhou Hongwei felt angry when he thought about it. Although 361 and Future Technology had project partnerships, Zhou Hongwei never stopped the process to crack Future 1.0. But just some time ago, he ultimately gave up on the cracking of Future 1.0 and dissolved the project team. He knew he wasn't the only company that made that choice. Future 1.0 encryption was as hard as a turtle's shell and left him nowhere to take a bite. He remembered that at the beginning of the year, he went to his friend at the Bureau of Patents, wishing to obtain some information from Future Technology's patent. But his old friend helplessly stated that the people from the Bureau of Patents spent countless time to convince Future Technology to submit specific technicalities and the benefits of patents, but Future Technology's CEO was firm. No need. It certainly looked down on the countless programmers who spent their time cracking Future 1.0. But then, Future Technology threw out a smokescreen on virtual reality. Zhou Hongwei couldn't help but a curse. Can't you King slow down on releasing the technology? We haven't even cracked the first one and now you throw out another one. With steps so big, aren't you afraid of pulling your balls? Boss? Zhang Jianfeng looked at the color changing on the boss's face as he questioned. Zhou Hongwei took a deep breath and snapped back to the present. I want to hear your thoughts. Zhang Jianfeng nodded. He was clearly prepared as he immediately began to explain. There are two routes in front of us. One is to purchase virtual reality technology companies and see if we can cut a slice of the pie from the virtual reality hype created by Future Technology. Two is to give up on this opportunity since there's still plenty of room for growth in the PC and mobile market. If everyone decides to pursue virtual reality, that's the perfect opportunity for us to expand our market share in PC and mobile devices. Zhou Hongwei closed his eyes and thought for a long time. After a while, he sighed. I prefer the second choice. Zhang Jiefeng felt relieved too. I also think so too. Future Technology's massive advertisement campaign was meant to hype up the virtual reality MMORPG and see if they could stretch their balls, but if 361 followed the same massive steps, they would definitely stretch their balls. It was better to play it safe. Even if virtual reality was as magical as it was advertised to be, it could not replace the phone. Compared to the bat giants, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, 361 had quite a discrepancy in terms of resources. Even if Zhou Hongwei wanted to compete with them, their chance of winning was not high. Cash was one thing, technology was another, and 361 had no advantage in either. What they should do now was to not follow blindly but instead, use this opportunity and consolidate the mobile market while all the capital flooded to virtual reality. 361 Search was already shaking the market penetration of Baidu Search. If they spent more effort on it and let the big thugs battle with Future Technology, they would definitely win on this battlefield. Due to Lingyu Technology's incident, 361 and Future Technology were still in a honeymoon phase. Zhou Hongwei let out a sigh. To be honest, he wasn't willing to make this choice, but he had no other options. What he didn't know was, just after a few months, he would feel glad about the decision he made. Xia Shiyu gave Jiang Chen an update of the industry. For example, Tencent acquired 51% of Wanghai Lixiang shares at a premium from the hands of Xuanlei and Kaiying Web for $60 million to become the majority shareholder. They also indicated on the day when the deal closed that QQ would officially enter the virtual reality field, then they displayed a mysterious-looking CG animation, indicating that virtual reality MMORPG development was in progress. Baidu instead went international and established a strategic partnership with Sony which signaled their battle horn to the virtual reality market. Microsoft, Google. When Jiang Chen heard this information, he wasn't worried at all. His situation now was like a tank charging forward while his opponents were still busy shining the tips of their arrows. A battle between the indigenous and civilized, although it was in the same ring, it was not on the same level. After 2 months, internal testing would end and the world's media would finally receive some information. The helmets would go on sale a month later and the official launch of the game was set for the upcoming month. The world would be shocked by future technology's virtual reality technology. Future technology would lead the first intimate contact between consciousness and circuit boards. Also, I received several emails from Hua's Arms Industrial Company, Britain's Plextech Company, UAE's Thunder God Company and other 3 arms industrial companies interested in our technology. They said if we provided a technical description of our technology, they were willing to cooperate with us in the military training field. Xia Xiyu continued her report. Military arms companies interested in a partnership with a tech company? It was a rare occurrence. But from the way the emails were worded, they seemed to be cautious of the partnership since it would involve a lot of technical parameters of confident military tech. In principle, military tech companies should not cooperate with foreign companies. Even if a partnership were to exist, it would mostly be under the table. At least for now, the server parameters of virtual reality, computation ability, and maximum user threshold were all unknown to the external world. But with the introduction of virtual reality to the world next year, his nuclear silo would be built already. He would use nuclear weapons to deter the 5 thugs and connect the world with the virtual web. When the world could no longer leave the second world built by future technology, no one would be foolish enough to go against future technology. The game was only the tip of the iceberg for virtual reality. By that time, it would be time to reach space. Jiang Chen's thoughts drifted far away as he fantasized about the blueprint he had in his mind. Jiang Chen. Seeing as he didn't respond, Xia Xiyu tried to rouse him from his dazed state. He recollected his thoughts and only deliberated for 2 seconds before he made a decision. Reject the offers. Okay. Also, the Bureau of Patents is making frequent visits. Xia Xiyu scoffed. Let them come. When we have the absolute technological advantage, we don't need any patents to protect us. If we made our technology public for other people's reference, we would be kicked out of the competition. Any country would be reluctant for new technology to leave their borders. As long as future technology was irreplaceable, even if the Wang family wanted to eat him, they couldn't do anything to him. When they forced Jiang Chen to become an international company, the Wang family received a lot of criticism and pressure from the higher-ups. At the same time, he wouldn't register for any patents in any country because it was unnecessary for him. He didn't plan to permit other people to use his technology. To crack his future 1.0, people needed a textbook on D++ first. After he hung up the phone, Jiang Chen stretched sluggishly and sat up on the sofa. He finally had the time for leisure activities lately, but with his mansion completely empty, it did feel boring. He occasionally visited his family, accompanied his father on fishing trips, and chatted with his mother. Being with his family was always a great and relaxing time. He just missed Aisha and wondered about her training progress on the island. He didn't need to focus on the virtual reality internal testing anymore. Barkery sent out 20 security personnel and 30 employees to oversee the internal testing process. All the game data would be sent to the fourth-dimensional messenger chip Lin Lin created on her computer before she sent the information off to the game development department at Fishbone Base. It was August 7th already. Jiang Chen was planning to delay his return to the 15th, but a message from Lin Lin changed his mind. Pervert, Sun Jiao is asking you to come back. When Sun Jiao saw Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up as she stood to greet him. Han Junhua only glared at him emotionlessly before she focused on the hologram command map on the table. Jiang Chen kissed Sun Jiao before he walked up to the command map. What happened? We confirmed that a flood of mutants erupted in Wanghai, Sun Jiao said sternly, a rare occasion when she wasn't acting naughty. A flood of mutants? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Based on the information from the drones, the activity level of zombies in the city center greatly increased, and the packed zombies in the city center began to disperse towards the rural areas. At the same time, all mutants in the Wanghai area entered into a frenzied state. Even the mutant cockroaches without much hostility turned aggressive, Han Junhua explained with her arms crossed, her eyes never leaving the map. Cockroaches were scavengers, the mutations didn't change their food habits. Typically, cockroaches were considered safe, they wouldn't attack you unless you provoked them. The same went for flies and rats, they were often not aggressive. But when the mutant flood erupted, the mild mutants entered a frenzied state too. There were only two solutions to solve the mutant flood. One was to migrate, the other was to kill. Only when the zombie and mutant concentration decreased to a certain level would their expansion to secure land stop. The mutant flood was a battle between mutants and humans for survival space. That's right. Sun Jiao nodded at Han Junhua's explanation. Even with a wall, these creatures could still get inside? Jiang Chen asked in shock. Hypothetically, if thousands of zombies all leaped at the wall at the same time, the zombies in the front would fall, and the zombies at the back would stomp on top of the fallen zombies. In a massive zombie flood, a wall is not reliable. Also, not only are the zombies a threat, but the mutants will be a great danger. The mutants that previously only lived in wet, high radiation areas will enter the rural areas, Han Junhua said sternly. For example, mutant mosquitoes. Their high-flying speed along with their slim bodies means they are hard to target. A total of 7 soldiers died at the hands of mutant mosquitoes already, along with 13 injured at Camp 27. All the stats were ingrained in Han Junhua's head. Looks like we'll have to cancel the expedition, Jiang Chen said with a frown. We can't, Han Junhua said. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao both looked at her. Even if we terminate the plan, the mutated humans would not give up their military action this winter. Not only can we not terminate the plan, but we have to take care of the mutated humans before the mutant flood escalates. Jiang Chen thought for a bit then asked, but there are already signs of a mutant flood. What do you think we should do? Immediately send out a force and fight on 2 fronts, Han Junhua said in an undertone. That's too risky. You haven't experienced a mutant flood before, and you don't know how terrifying it is, Sun Jiao interrupted. For that exact reason, we have to do what I said. Even if we lasted through the mutant flood, we might not be able to defend against the backlash of the mutated humans. The best strategy would be for the east line to focus on defense while the west line gathers the entire armored force to attack. We need to use the shortest time to wipe out the mutated humans, then return to defend the Wanghai rural area. As the colonel of the Pac Land Force, it wasn't the first time she had to make a definitive decision like this. What if the west line enters a stalemate? Jiang Chen asked sternly. Then prepare to give up the east line and retreat from Wanghai. Give up Wanghai? How is that possible? Han Junhua seemed to have read the hesitation on Jiang Chen's face as she continued. A leader should consider the consequences of failure but should not be fearful towards the consequences of the failure. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. After a long silence, he abruptly said, if we choose to fight on both lines, how will the force be distributed? Gather the power armor to equip the 1st Division with the support of the Hunter Division to launch a lightning attack to Jia City and 7th area. The 3rd Division will remain stationed in the 6th Street with local mercenaries hired to reinforce the defense. The 2nd Division stationed at Camp 27 will partially retreat to the Fishbone Base and the defensive line will completely shrink to the outskirts of the rural areas. Han Junhua pointed on the hologram map and quickly completed the force deployment plan. The power armor didn't have an advantage against a massive amount of zombies, so it was better to be bold and send it all to the east line to be used against the mutated humans. Although the mutants couldn't rip through the armor of the Wanderer tank, a total weight of 112 tons wasn't impenetrable to the powerful mutants. If they couldn't bite through the tank, surely they could flip it at least. They couldn't forget about the vomiter vomiting acid, it would also be a threat to the armored units. Let's follow your plan. Han Junhua nodded and walked out the door. After 5 days of resistance, the command center ordered Camp 027 to retreat strategically. It was a prudent decision. The core of Camp 27 was the scientists. Even if the buildings on the surface were abandoned, there wasn't much lost since the mutants didn't tend to destroy buildings. They simply could recapture the base later. But if they remained stationed there, once the mutant flood escalated, the supply line between Camp 27 and Fishbone would be cut off. Without an ammo supply, Camp 27, which was closer to the city center, would be the first to collide with the mutants. Even with the protection of the wall, it wasn't the most reliable during a mutant flood. The zombies packed together could create a zombie ladder. The throwers' infant zombies could pass over the wall, and the Roshan, which had a bad habit of throwing things, could even push down the wall. The most horrifying thing was the mutant mosquitoes. They were the knights soaring in the sky, their mouths as sharp as spears. One charge could quickly take a person's life away. To deal with the annoying creatures, the Fallout shelter designed a simplified flamethrower. Soldiers in power armor could wield one and fire at these mosquitoes on the front line, which had surprisingly effective results. But regarding the intensifying mutant flood, the situation was less and less optimistic. The mutant flood was going on its 5th day and the soldiers stationed at the camp already lost 15 people. If they continued to be stationed here, it was difficult to determine the outcome of the situation. With Wang Xiaowu's organization, Su Lu led the non-combat personnel and some security forces down into the Fallout shelter with the doors shut tight. They would return to the surface once the situation stabilized. The fuel rods and supplies stored in the Fallout shelter were more than enough to sustain them for 2 years of consumption, and the mutant flood would only last a few months if nothing unexpected happened. A total of 500 combat units loaded the firearms and stationary weapons onto the trucks, then welded the top of the trucks with machine guns. With the Tiger II leading the way, trucks began to trickle out of Camp 27 and smash into the zombies wandering on the street. The machine guns unleashed their fury onto the street, leaving a trail of copper shells behind. The flood of zombies swarmed to the fleet, but most were shredded to pieces by the bullets. The occasional zombies that managed to survive would die from the bullets of the Reaper assault rifle. In the distance, Roshan tossed the lamppost in its hands and moved toward the fleet with heavy footsteps. Tiger II, which spotted the target, slowly moved its cannon as the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon unloaded its bomb and pierced through the lard. Blood and bullet shells paved the way. A Euro Fishbone base. The engineering soldiers were installing 4 anti-air machine guns onto the wall in addition to the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon used against large-sized mutants. Soldiers patrolled the walls and fired continuously at the areas with a high concentration of zombies. Under the waving NAC flag, zombies with dangling heads wandered below the wall. Their crimson pupils displayed a thirst for blood. Typically speaking, zombies weren't hostile during the daytime. But because of the mutant flood, the situation changed a little. The zombies seemed to be influenced by some form of power and naturally gathered around areas with humans. The situation was similar to the X2 bacteria incident, the only difference was that air indicators remained normal during the mutant flood. The Fishbone base was quite some distance away from the city center, so they hadn't encountered any powerful mutants, but Jiang Chen had a feeling that the good days were coming to an end. On the patrol tower on the wall, Jiang Chen observed the streets in the distance with a pair of binoculars. Suddenly, a Tiger II appeared in his field of vision. Meat chunks solidified on its armor, and the belt was colored black by the fat and blood of the zombies. Immediately following it were the outlines of trucks which became more and more clear. The machine guns fired continuously, piercing any zombies approaching the trucks. Jiang Chen put down the binoculars and spoke concisely into the radio, "Clear an area in front of the gate." "Roger." The soldiers stationed underneath the wall all headed up with their rifles. Some rushed to the machine guns while some set up the rifles in the firing spots. Following the commands of a knight in a kinetic skeleton, everyone entered their battle positions quickly. Fire. The soldiers on the wall pressed their triggers simultaneously. A glorious scene unfolded. The orange bullet trails were unleashed onto the zombies like pouring rain and instantly tore down the zombies approaching the wall. Grenade soldiers threw grenades and Molotov cocktails at the swarms of zombies. Explosions were everywhere. Broken limbs flew across the battlefield. The zombies made of flesh were no threat at the hands of the survivors' firearms. The success against normal zombies would make people blow up in confidence, Sun Jiao exclaimed while she worked beside Jiang Chen and stared at the zombies being shredded. Sun Jiao was wearing a bulletproof vest with the SK-10. She hadn't used it in a long time. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't respond. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. During the amount of time it took to finish a cigarette, the zombies outside the wall were mostly wiped out. At the same time, the fleet arrived in front of the main door before the zombies could regroup. The soldiers at the door immediately pressed the button to open the gate as the metal gate slowly opened and allowed the red-stained fleet to enter. A few medics ran up and carried the wounded on stretchers to the hospital. Then a few soldiers in protective gear with circular bottles sprayed the entire fleet to disinfect it. The weary soldiers jumped down from the trucks and hugged each other with their families waiting by the side. As for the people stained with blood, they all chose to take a shower first. When they arrived at the base, their tense nerves could finally be relieved. "Let me go make a visit." Jiang Chen extinguished the cigarette on the wall as he headed downstairs. Right now, it was a busy scene in front of the base. Quick! Quick! Vomitor's acid hit him. Poor guy, treat it first before sending him to the medical chamber. Help me out Hiriyuro, stretchers continuously passed by him. Due to the limited number of medical chambers, soldiers with less severe injuries had to be transferred to the ward first. Soldiers with serious injuries were treated by doctors on the spot before being sent to the medical chambers for recovery. Jiang Chen examined the soldier with the bones on his face exposed by the acid. His stomach started doing flips. To be able to live like this is definitely his luck. He paused for a few seconds before he continued to walk forward. In the front of the fleet, aside from the Tiger II, he saw Wang Xiaowu. Because he sat in the tank, Wang Xiaowu's condition was somewhat positive, at least he hadn't sustained any injuries. But from his dark circles, it was clear he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time. He passed the rifle in his hand to the soldier beside him and saluted Jiang Chen sharply. Without engaging in small talk, Jiang Chen passed a cigarette to him. Finely made cigarettes had always been the luxury good in short supply on the wasteland. Although he could purchase them with his salary, not everyone could have the honor of their leader passing them a cigarette. Wang Xiaowu took the cigarette in astonishment. Jiang Chen smiled and used a casual tone to ask him. "What's the situation at Camp 27? "Extremely terrible." With gloom on his face, Wang Xiaowu slowly blew out a smoke ring. Throwers already appeared there, as well as mutant mosquitoes. Along the way, we also saw vomitors moving in this direction. Fortunately, a Tiger II was in front of the fleet. Throwers were most active in the outskirts of the city, and they rarely entered the rural areas. If throwers already appeared at Camp 27, the mutant flood was beginning to intensify. After a momentary pause, Jiang Chen asked, "Did you bring the thing?" "I did. Do you want me to take you there now?" "Now," Jiang Chen said. Wang Xiaowu nodded and took Jiang Chen to the center of the fleet. When they arrived at the location, a few workers were already operating a crane to unload the equipment. "This is it. The construction robots and deepwater mining equipment. They won't be useful now by the looks of it." Wang Xiaowu stared at the 8 massive containers with a wry smile. With the current situation, it would be hard to reach the sea in the first place. Wang Xiaowu might be wrong. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously without answering. It wasn't an easy task to transport the deepwater mining equipment from Camp 27. All of the equipment weighed 400 tons with each container weighing 50 tons. To transport these containers, Wang Xiaowu arranged 4 heavy-duty trucks to be positioned in the middle of the fleet. With the risk of slowing down the retreat, he managed to drag the equipment back. Jiang Chen looked at the 8 containers and nodded, pleased. Deepwater mining could finally be initiated. The production of virtual reality helmets would require a massive amount of molybdenum, and with the current price of molybdenum, importing would significantly increase the cost of the helmet. If Jiang Chen mined the molybdenum himself, he calculated cost savings of at least 50%. Thank you. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder. No problem. Compared to defending Camp 27, this is much easier. Wang Xiaowu smiled. Go rest for a bit. Remember to come to my office for a meeting in 2 hours. Yes. Wang Xiaowu saluted and headed to the living area. After a long journey, he was indeed tired. He just wanted to take a shower and take a nap before the meeting. After Wang Xiaowu left, Jiang Chen looked at the soldiers by the side and ordered them to transport the containers to the backyard of the mansion. Then he headed to the community center. The 6th Street. The recent expansions caused the defense line of the 6th Street to be extremely stretched out. The military government utilized almost all the construction companies and reinforced the walls surrounding the 6th Street, and machine guns and cannons were also installed. Contracts totaling 1 million crystals. But not a lot of people were cheerful of the news. The mutants' flood about to arrive made everyone feel a deep fear. Some people chose to flee, but most chose to stay. It was because of a policy enacted by Chu Nan. Anyone who leaves the 6th Street during wartime, properties registered under its name will be confiscated and used to pay for the defense budget. The extra amount will be used as a reward for individuals or organizations who provide outstanding contribution during wartime. If the person must leave and is reluctant to give up its property here, then a war tax between 20 to 40 crystals per square meter must be paid for any properties here. This amount will be used to pay for the mercenaries' salary, reinforced defense, and ammunition. The policy sounded unreasonable on paper, but it was fair. Why would the 6th Street soldiers bleed for you to protect your property here, and the people with stakes here would escape during this critical time? Either contribute your force, or provide money, or the NAC government would recognize you as surrendering your property by default. Although a lot of soldiers attempted to use the council to protest, they clearly didn't understand the situation. Out of the 10 council members, 5 were injected with the honorary chip. The policy was enacted without any opposition and gained the support from the majority of civilians. The civilians finally managed to own their home in the 6th Street, who would want to return to the homeless life. As to the people that escaped with the slightest obstacle and wanted people who stayed behind to protect their property, they didn't gain any sympathy. Therefore, other than the merchants based elsewhere, no one chose to leave at this time. What's the purpose of tying down the irrelevant people in the base? There were a lot of purposes. The 6th Street military station comprised mostly by 3 forces, the first being the NAC's 3rd Division, the second would be the mercenaries, hunters, and some equipped scavengers, the third being the private force of the merchants. Although after the nuclear non-proliferation at the 6th Street was enacted, all of their nuclear material was confiscated. Though the 6th Street never limited their arms. As to do business on the wasteland, a weak force meant that the merchant would be sheep to the bad wolves out there. Even if they managed to escape the claws of the mutants, they could not avoid the robbery by their same kind. Most of the merchants stayed, meaning they would retain their private force here. The merchants were usually much richer than the mercenaries, demonstrated by the quality of their equipment. Although the merchants didn't have the restricted Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon, they still possessed a few armored vehicles. The civilians joined the force. The merchants in pain send their private force to the front line. Once the mutants' flood erupts, the gate to the city would be closed shut. Since they chose to stay, then the option of leaving was no longer there. There was no purpose of hiding any force now, as it was better to send them to the front line for some commission. The military factor was operating at full capacity as it produced the iron and aluminum transported from the Fishbone base into firearms. At this time, the production of the 6th Street finally came in handy. When Jiang Chen released part of the technology of the T3 power armor to the small workshops and contracted parts out to be produced. The military factory he purchased for Zhao Chenwu produced 20 T3 power armors in 1 month. It was 10 times their previous production capacity. Not only the power armors, the Type 99 anti-tank cannon, the Rohr mortar. Followed by the optimization of the industry, the heavy weaponry with low production before now became streamlined and exited the factory quickly. With so many heavy weaponry dragged from the factory to the front line and the boxes of ammo and bombs being transported to the supply station, almost everyone was confident towards this war. Only if it was just the zombies that came. Currently, 300 meters to the north gate of the 6th Street, the soldiers from the 1st Division built a simplified defense line with a moving barrier and sandbags. They shot the zombies approaching with machine guns. The wall behind them was being reinforced, and their mission was to defend here until the reinforcement is complete. Constant screams came from behind them. It was the sound of the mortars launching electromagnetic shells. 3 shells raised into the air and then smashed into the zombies. The scattered shrapnel instantly shredded the zombies nearby as their intestines and meat chunks rolled all over the ground. Then, from the dust of the explosion, a massive creature appeared. It swung a billboard in its hand while marching toward the defense line in giant strides. Roshan located. A soldier at the machine gun continued to fire while screaming into his mic, "Roger." A calm response followed by the explosive sound of the bomb unloading. The bomb dragged an orange trail of flame and blew the skull of the Roshan into pieces. "Nice shot." The soldier roared out while he reloaded the machine gun. Seeing the attack slowed down, the scavenger waiting on the side rushed to the body of Roshan with a knife to retrieve the crystals at the back of its neck. When they obtained the crystals, they could retain 40% as their commission. On top of the patrol tower, Zhao Gang observed everything with his binoculars. Different from the optimistic feeling of the crowd, as the leader of the 3rd Corps, the expression on his face didn't suggest optimism at all. After days of continuous recruitment, the 3rd Corps already expanded to 4,000 people. However, even including the 1st and 2nd Corps, it still didn't manage to bring him optimism at all. As a previous survivor of Qingpu, he had witnessed the horrifying mutants' flood. The mutants' flood back then even broke the line of defense established by the World Alliance Organization soldiers, which made the organization surrender to Wang Hai. And the survivors at the 6th Street used a significant amount of pack weapons left by the organization and barely managed to defend the base. But after the next civil war, the only equipment left was the Wanderer tank. Right now, the tank was sent to the 1st Corps, the 6th Street could only depend on self-produced heavy weaponry. Report, Director Chu Nan sent me to notify you to attend the meeting. I see. Zhao Gang nodded. The soldier saluted and stood aside. He took a last look at the front line before he stuffed the binoculars into his pocket and left. In the hologram conference room, Zhao Gang nodded to Chu Nan and sat in his spot. The conference started. General Jiang Chen, Advisor Han Junhua, the 3 Corps leaders, the 6th Street Executive Chu Nan, Logistics Lead Wang Qin, Administration Lead Lu Huasheng, and all the NAC executives were present. Around the conference table hovered a hologram map of Wang Hai with the forces distribution on the map. From the map, Zhao Gang could guess the purpose of this meeting. Wang Qin first explained the status of supplies at the base, and then Lu Huasheng reported on the status of the reserve force. Last, the advisor explained their entire plan. Because the plan was first discussed with the general, Jiang Chen only needed to nod during the conference. But when Chu Nan heard the plan, he had a slight frown as he stood up and objected. I object. Wanderer tank, 8 Tiger IIs, and 15 armored vehicles are all assigned to the 1st Division. Even if the 6th Street's objective is to defend, it doesn't mean this place doesn't need armored force protection. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Gang. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Gang nodded sternly. I agree with Chu Nan's perspective. Without any armored force to cover fire, that means that once we lost the control of the gate, we no longer possessed the ability to recapture the gate. We could only completely abandon the lost defense line. To be safe, we need at least 4 Tiger IIs stationed here. Just don't lose control. Han Junhua said emotionlessly. Of course, I know it is best to have no mistakes, but tanks protecting a city are the least efficient choice. All the armored forces equipping the First Corps will allow Jia City to be captured in the shortest period, and then return for defense after. Han Junhua used an indubitable voice. A risky decision. If there were any mishaps in the 6th Street defense line. If the First Corps battle with the mutated humans entered a stalemate. The First Corps leader Cheng Weigua didn't say anything. He only looked at Zhao Gang apologetically. Zhao Gang also didn't speak as he looked at his colleague to signal his understanding. Chu Nan took a deep breath and stared at Han Junhua before he slowly sat down. I hope your decision is correct. It has to do with the lives of 80,000 people. Han Junhua nodded. After the end of the conference, the hologram faded. Wang Qin, Lu Huasheng, and Wang Zhaowu left. When there were only 2 people in the conference room, Jiang Chen let out a sigh. You have to learn the art of rejection. There is only execution to an order, the art of rejection doesn't exist. I'm only concerned about the relationship between my subordinates, Jiang Chen said wryly. But Han Junhua didn't seem to mind as she said emotionlessly, it's okay, let me be the bad guy. Are you an M? With the expressionless face in front of him, Jiang Chen had to ask out of curiosity. What is an M? Han Junhua raised her eyebrows, I'm only making the best choice. Especially as you have told me, once everything ends, I will be heading into the future. What if we can solve your problem without going to the future? Jiang Chen asked intriguingly. Then we'll speak once the time comes. Han Junhua didn't seem to want to discuss this problem further. She took the documents on the table that belonged to her and left the conference room. Clouds of dust accompanied the roaring noise of the engine. The metal belt rolled over the barren land, only the crushing sound of the wheels could be heard. Like a piercing arrow, the tank formulation comprised of all the NAC's armored forces, led by the Wanderer tank, was heading from Xinjiang to the 7th area between Jia and Wanghai. It was the mutated humans' production facility. Once the place was captured, the mutated humans would lose all of their ammunition supplies. Once they freed the slaves prisoned in the 7th area, the First Corps would continue to head west and crush the mutated humans stationed in Jiao. The Wanderer tank led the way, 8 Tiger IIs, 15 armored vehicles, 30 supply trucks, 2,300 soldiers, and 2 helicopters. It was half of NAC's net worth. Right now, in the armored vehicle modified into a command center, Cheng Weigua and Ma Zhongqing sat across from each other. In front of them was a hologram map with a red marker on the map indicating the mutated human's zone of control. The arrow formation created by blue dots were soldiers from the First and Hunter Corporation. Based on the reconnaissance soldiers' observation, the mutated humans stationed 9,000 soldiers in Jia with 80 anti-tank cannons, 60 anti-air machine guns, and 220 machine guns, Ma Zhongqing reported to Cheng Weigua. A tough opponent, Cheng Weigua cursed. Because the mutated humans managed to capture Jia City, their number increased substantially. They could foresee that it will be a fierce battle. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the front. A shell landed beside a Tiger II in high gear mode. The shrapnel created screeching sounds on the Type A steel armor, but it didn't manage to do any damage. Then a few more rounds landed but didn't manage to hit its target. Enemy anti-tank units spotted. Initiate combat. Cheng Weigua clicked on his earpiece and ordered. Roger. The supply truck that carried the soldiers all slowed down to allow the soldiers in the back to jump down and charge toward the 7th area in a scattered formation. The soldiers that sat outside of the armored vehicles also got off as they spread out to advance towards the mutated human zone of control. An armor-piercing round smashed right onto the front armor of the Wanderer's tank and was deflected without a doubt. The electromagnetic reaction armor that used Meissner effect would render most of the kinetic weapon with metal shells useless. And even if there was no electromagnetic reaction armor, 140mm Type A steel armor was not something typical shells could penetrate. The Type 52 main particle cannon emitted an eerie blue light before it exploded like fireworks once it hit the target. Then it instantly vaporized the anti-tank cannon hidden behind the defense line. The secondary 2 kg rapid electromagnetic cannon continued to emit electric arcs as the shells 8 times the speed of sound easily shredded the building into pieces. The mutated humans hiding in the building couldn't even scream before they were crushed by the building. It was a moving fortress. Compared to the Wanderer tank's outstanding performance, the locally produced Tiger II had lackluster performance. However, with the mutated humans without any armored force, it was more than enough to take care of the enemies with its thick front armor and powerful electromagnetic cannon. The Type 50 constantly unleashed 5 kg bombs on the mutated humans' position and instantly destroyed their first line of defense. Once the line was broken, the armored vehicles, in front, instantly accelerated and dashed out from the force, into the 7th area industrial zone. The machine guns installed on the tops of the tanks spat out its fury as the high-caliber bullets reaped the life of the mutated humans hidden behind the walls. The armored vehicles also occasionally threw out heat trap grenades and electromagnetic trap grenades. The guided rockets being misguided by the trap grenade immediately lost its target and redirected to the location of the heat trap grenade. The non-guided rockets were unable to hit the armored vehicles due to their high speed. Rockets flew aimlessly inside the industrial zone and didn't manage to hit a single armored vehicle. Instead, they wounded a lot of mutated humans. The armored vehicles rushed into the industrial zone and in the shortest time, cleared the hidden anti-tank and anti-air weapons. Then, they paved the way for the tank formation. At the same time, the Hunter Division in power armors and kinetic skeletons broke the first line of defense and began to clear the mutated soldiers that hid among the shambles with the help of the infantry. Only 2 armored vehicles were damaged. One because of the anti-tank mine, the other one was unfortunately hit on the side by a non-guided missile. However, compared to the success they were able to achieve, the sacrifice was indeed worth it. They destroyed or confiscated 17 anti-tank armors, 31 anti-air machine guns, and killed more than 2,000 mutated humans. The remaining enemy all retreated to the second line of defense. The first line of defense captured. The captain in the front lines reported the status to the command center. Seeing the blue and red dots tangle together on the hologram map, Cheng Weiguo looked at Ma Zhongcheng. Deploy the drones. Okay. Ma Zhongcheng took out the tablet and pressed a few buttons. The second line of defense was built around the complex building layout in the industrial zone where even the armored vehicles could not rapidly advance through. The mutated humans defending the streets were all equipped with a significant amount of non-guided missiles as well as sticky explosives. Although those could not damage the Wanderer, they posed a substantial threat to the Tiger IIs and the armored vehicles. The Tiger II's side armor and back were all its weaknesses. An anti-tank rocket in close range would more than likely stall the tank. Therefore, the task to protect the infantry force advancing would fall to the drones. After receiving the order, the 2 helicopters hovered in the far air immediately moved toward the already broken first line of defense. Then it parachuted 2 containers to the ground. Blue flames sparked out the descending device fired to reduce its velocity. The 5-meter-long container smashed onto the second line of defense. The first container landed on the street while the other one landed on the top of the building. The memory metal on the container instantly deployed with the intense force of the landing. It exploded the bee nest-like structure and released the drones inside. The buzzing noise even covered the sound of gunshots. The mutated humans could only use their rifles and machine guns to furiously unleash their bullets against the drone attack formed by the plate-sized hummingbirds. However, their effort was negligible. With the hive used as a terminal and center for the drones, hundreds of agile hummingbirds roamed the streets to remove the lives of the mutated humans. Even with the thick C-type front armor, they could not defend against the sneak attacks from the back. In a street battle with drones, without any EMP weapon, it was pure slaughter. But obviously, the mutated humans in the 7th area didn't prepare much EMP. When the hive landed, the location scanning device inside recorded its detailed coordinates into the server, so the hummingbirds were even more familiar with the area than the mutated humans themselves. At the same time, 20 T-3 power armors followed into the second line of defense. With the support of the light infantry, an intense battle along the streets broke out. The orange bullet trails lit up the entire zone. The mutated humans defending there had to retreat due to First Corps' intensive attack. The infantry force completely cleared out the anti-air positions at the second line of defense. The helicopter then moved up and unleashed the nightmare known as death to the mutated humans with its Type 50 electromagnetic cannon. Any defense could not withstand the powerful smash of the 10 kg bomb. Although the lead mutated humans with power warhammers, and the suicide mutated humans with miniature nuclear grenades managed to cause some casualties to the infantries on the streets, the mutated humans could not change the outcome of the battle. The second line of defense was broken, the tank continued to push forward. The soldiers that confiscated the anti-tank cannons turned the cannon around to the mutated humans' third line of defense. The last line of defense. The electronics factory at the 7th area. A high-tech factory with a size of 1,500 acres stood distinctively in the 7th area industrial zone. Because of its distinctiveness, the mutated humans chose the place as its base. The outskirt was built with high walls, and the plant inside was reinforced into a fortress. In front of mutants and most survivors, the fortress was unbreakable, but that was not the case in front of the NAC. The castle in the mutated humans' eyes will become their own grave. After capturing the second line of defense, the 1st Division unleashed a total of 1,000 shells into the factory, which turned the walls around the factory and its primary structure into shambles. After the rain of destruction, the armored vehicles equipped with drone terminals moved along with the power armors and the soldiers followed right behind them. They engaged in heavy fire with the mutated humans inside the factory. A gruesome battle. To both sides, there was no concept of surrendering. Humans and mutated humans were not the same species. With 6 hours of a full-scale battle coming to an end, the First Corps soldiers finally killed the last mutated human. They put up the NAC flag on the roof of the half-destroyed plant and signaled their victory in the 7th area. Only 9,000-something hostages were being rescued. When the NAC soldiers saved the pitiful people from the ruins and shambles, they were so emotional that they began to burst out in tears. Rescuing the defenders was only a side mission they did but not the obligation of the 1st Division. So during the reign of destruction, Cheng Weiguo was not concerned about them at all. It was reasonable because Cheng Weiguo would never risk the soldiers' lives for strangers. It was a great deed to be able to save them in the first place. After they captured the 7th area, Cheng Weiguo ordered the soldiers to fortify while the supplying trucks returned to Xinjiang for ammo. Each squadron reported their casualty numbers. They confiscated the weapons and ammo recorded on the books. The useful ones were brought along, the not useful ones were placed together as junk with the recovered Type C, B, and A steels while these supplies waited for the trucks to be dragged to Xinjiang colony. As to the prisoners rescued, Cheng Weiguo ordered the soldiers to settle them into the temporarily constructed camps and provided them nutrient supply. He also recruited soldiers and engineers willing to join the force. A lot of them were soldiers from the Jia city defenders. They only needed a rifle without any training to become a capable soldier. When they heard that Cheng Weiguo planned to attack Jia to seek revenge from the mutated humans and free their home, they joined under the banner of NAC without any hesitation. The First Corps obtained arsenals of weapons from the mutated humans. Cheng Weigua then scattered a part of the 1,400 soldiers among each of the infantry battalions while the other part formed their own infantry battalion. They also brought the 1,000 engineering soldiers along which could help with repairs and help build the defense fortifications. After regrouping, the First Corps force instantly expanded to more than 4,000 people. The next morning, the regrouped First Corps continued to head to Jia City. As to the remaining prisoners rescued, after Cheng Weigua sought Jiang Chen's opinion, he temporarily settled them in the 7th area and promised that once he captured the city, he would come back for them. The actual battlefield was in Jia. And the mutated humans stationed in the 7th area were only an appetizer. 5 power armors, 31 kinetic skeletons, destroyed. 110 fatalities, 132 seriously wounded. 210,000 rounds of ammo and 2,200 shells consumed. Inside the office, Han Junhua reported the battle stats of the 1st Division to Jiang Chen. The proverb of as soon as the first shot is fired, million would be spent was indeed true. The first battle cost over 350,000 crystals. Even Jiang Chen, who made millions in the food business, exclaimed at the amount of money a war burned through. Of course, he didn't need to pocket the bill, but rather the war fund from the 6th Street paid for it. What's the situation at the 6th Street? Jiang Chen stared at the hologram map and asked. The wall reinforcements are almost complete. At the same time, throwers' activity is observed outside of the 6th Street, Han Junhua said. With throwers arriving at the 6th Street, it meant the zombies and mutants on the outskirt of the city center had spread to the rural areas already. Lightning before the thunderstorm. Jiang Chen stared at the red dot on the hologram map before he fell into silence. At the same time, the only thing he could do as a general was to sit in the office and wait for the news from the front line. Followed by the expansion of the NAC, the number of things he needed to personally do decreased substantially. All the casualties and results were only presented to him as numbers. He heard someone knock. Come in. Jiang Chen looked at the door. The door was pushed open, and the director of the Aerospace Technology Research Institute walked in. He had a delighted expression on his face which was unseen on everybody else in the base. The thing you needed is now prepared. Jiang Chen then looked at the clock on the wall and got up. Could you take me to have a look? Okay. Jiang Lin nodded and headed for the door. Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhua. I'll have to leave this place to you. Aha, her response was always concise. Jiang Chen arrived at the Aerospace Technology Research Institute's launching field along with Jiang Lin. A few workers were surrounding 4 stories high rockets while busy working on them. The meters-high mechanical arm was connected by wires to the tablet as a technician was busy tapping on the screen while controlling the mechanical arm to extend the welding gun to weld the steel boards together. Other than the useless tools being sent for land reclamation, all the scientists in Fallout Shelter No. 27, excluding the people from the Research Institute, entered into the Fallout Shelter. When Jiang Chen ordered Jiang Lin to start the Aerospace Technology Institute, these scientists moved to the Fishbone base with their families. They were first unwilling, but did Jiang Chen really care about their unwillingness? The benefit was great, excluding the possibility of returning to the Fallout Shelter. Seeing the objection failed, they had to honestly contribute their knowledge and design rockets for Jiang Chen. Dolphin 10 intercontinental ballistic missile, developed in the late 21st century and used till now, it was the most deployed missile type in PAC territory. Staring at the rocket, Jiang Lin certainly looked proud. To create this missile, he spent a lot of efforts learning. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen needed a weapon that could hit the Western Hemisphere, he still followed Jiang Chen's order. This one missile spent more than 1 million crystals in supplies. Jiang Lin had repeatedly received rolled eyes from Wang Qin. Out of all the projects at the base, the research institute spent the most crystals because a lot of parts could not be produced, so they must pay expensive commission to explorer teams that headed out of the province. For example, the propulsion engine of the missile was transported from the shambles of the Taipei launch base 600 kilometers away from Wanghai. To transport this propulsion engine, the mercenary groups had to take the risk of being shredded to pieces by mutated sharks, so the commission was indeed not low. But regardless of her rolling her eyes or not, she still had to grant the budget since it was the project personally approved by the general. Why is it called the Dolphin? That's a strange name. Jiang Chen was intrigued. Deployed under the ocean, peace ambassador, you know. Jiang Lin used a welding gun to knock on the base-on of the missile as he chuckled. Jiang Chen first took a moment to process his words before understanding the meaning behind it as he laughed along. Peace ambassador. A play on words. Peace is pronounced the same way as nuclear destruction. People from the future were quite humorous. The entire missile is 11 meters long with a diameter of 1.55 meters, the launch weight is 35.1 tons. It could be deployed in nuclear silo 1200 meters deep into the sea with a maximum range of 21,000 kilometers. The launch mechanism is a non-separate three-stage propulsion model, that is, the underwater propulsion ring will advance the missile 100 meters underwater after the missile separation. Then the missile engine ignites and pushes the missile to the near-Earth orbit after the engine flame stalls. After the missile approaches the target, the engine is reignited and strikes the target area vertically. The missile shell is coated with an anti-radar material that reduces the radar's reflected signal to the extent of a seagull, and theoretically only the passive coherent positioning system can detect signs of the missile launch. In terms of its size, the 11 meters long ballistic missile seemed like a miniature toy compared to the 20 to 30 meters long ballistic missiles of the modern world. But without a doubt, anyone who dared to question its strength must pay for their mistake. Based on a length of 11 meters and radius of 1.55 meters, the size of the missile was approximately 20.7 cubic meters, with a storage dimension the size of 30 cubic meters. It was not a big problem to haul it to the modern world. Is the warhead placed inside? A 500-ton hydrogen warhead is being welded in right now. Jiang Lin pointed at the mechanical arm. What's the meaning behind a 500-ton hydrogen warhead? Four numbers could be used for reference. Personnel exposed, 4.1 personnel in a tank, 1.9 personnel in a bomb shelter, 0.7 personnel in a fallout shelter, 0.46. The four numbers refer to the lethal striking radius to personnel by a 500-ton hydrogen bomb in kilometers. It doesn't include the radiation damage. Of course, it was estimated based on the modern world standard. The power armor and tank in the Apocalypse were often designed with a lead fiber insulation layer which was highly effective against radiation damage. Because of this, the purpose of a nuclear missile was often to cripple the enemy's basic infrastructure and prevent the light infantry from entering the battlefield. Only 2 or 3 deployed under the sea were necessary for the almost impossible to intercept 500,000-ton nuclear warhead to create nuclear deterrence. Once Xi'an announced itself as a nuclear nation with possession of global strike capability, even if the UA wanted to plot against Xi'an, they would have to weigh in the total worth of New York and Washington. Deterrence was enough. If possible, Jiang Chen hoped he would never use it. Because once the button is pressed, the thing could not be stopped. Even with the technology in the 22nd century, it could not stop the brutal yet straightforward weapon. How many warheads can be produced with the remaining nuclear material? Jiang Chen asked. Including the uranium as well as the nuclear material confiscated from the 6th Street, probably 2 more. Jiang Lin estimated and gave a conservative number. The material required for the production of the dirty-type thermonuclear weapon is mainly tritium and tritium-lithium, while uranium-235 is only the initiation device. There is only one way to get tritium on the wasteland, and that is to extract 1 or 2 grams of tritium from the nuclear materials that have not been used up. Of course, it was much easier to produce the non-dirty type thermonuclear weapon. Helium-3 would be extracted from a commercial-type nuclear fusion battery as raw material. However, because helium-3 and deuterium thermonuclear reaction will only produce non-radioactive protons, the use of helium-3 as nuclear warhead raw materials will not produce radiation, so that the deterrence would be much smaller. Such technology has yet to be developed in the modern world. Even if the technical capacity were there, it would be hard to achieve. Because the total helium-3 reserve was estimated to be 500 kilograms, the closest helium-3 mine was located on the moon. Jiang Chen nodded as he was pleased with the result. Great, your next mission is to create 2 more peace ambassadors. Are you planning to use these to clear out mutants? Allow me to be frank, nuclear weapons damage to mutants are not ideal. Those things crawled out of the nuclear crater in the first place. And the nuclear crater produced from the explosion may be used as a nest for mutants like Deathclaw. Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and reminded him. Of course it will not be used against mutants. If I wanted to blow mutants up, wouldn't it be better for me to get artilleries to launch the warheads? What's the point of creating an intercontinental ballistic missile? As to the purpose, you don't have to worry about it, just help me move this missile to the backyard of the mansion. As soon as Jiang Chen finished, he left. As the general, he didn't need to explain his actions to anyone. And because of that, Jiang Lin only let out a sigh wryly before he began ordering people to transport the Dolphin 10. Returning to the backyard of the mansion, Jiang Chen began to disassemble the 8 containers brought back by Wang Xiaowu from Camp 27. The 400 tons of equipment included 2 construction robots, an underwater flotation device with a maximum capacity of 4 people, and a construction module, mining module that could be installed on the underwater flotation device. The construction robot was a great invention. It could use the construction information downloaded on its chip to autocomplete construction. Although the automatic construction process was slower than manual operations, it was more precise and convenient. If Jiang Chen wanted to modify the vessels Russia sold him, he only needed to scan the model of the vessel with a scanner back. Then bring it to the experts familiar with the area in Fallout Shelter No. 27, use the quantum computer to create a modification plan, and then download the construction information onto the construction robot's chip. He only needed to provide the material, the specific steps would be auto-completed by the construction robot. After that, he returned to the modern world. Jiang Chen drove by himself to a deserted island east of Ange Land. One advantage of Panu Islands was the number of islands in the territory. Due to the 10 billion construction projects, most of the deserted ideas in Xian were under his name. It included this island called Coconut. Although when Jiang Chen landed on the island, he didn't see a lot of coconut trees. There were mainly short woods typical to rainforests and the barren gravel. After a trip to the apocalypse, Jiang Chen first brought back the 2 construction robots and a drone terminal. The robot was 1.5 meters in height with a fluid-looking shell. Although it looked a bit dumb, it was meticulous in its work. The crab-like claws were equipped with welding equipment, multi-use wrenches, and other tools. The half-belt half-walking base could move rapidly on flat ground while being able to traverse in complex terrains. Jiang Chen installed a drone terminal in the dense forest in the middle of the island and released 20 hummingbird drones to scan the less than 1 square kilometers wide island, and then he registered the hologram map onto the control of the construction robot. After the data finished uploading, Jiang Chen made several runs and brought the components of the underwater flotation device, the solar generator, as well as some reinforced steels and concrete over. Jiang Chen first marked the area where the supplies were stored on the island and then chose a relatively high point on the 3D map for the location of the solar panels. The 2 construction robots immediately turned its belts and moved to the components of the solar generator. After they transported the parts to the targeted location, the 2 construction robots skillfully began to assemble the solar generator together. Jiang Chen only waited 15 minutes before the 2 robots completed the work. This is amazing. Jiang Chen examined the masterpiece of the two robots as he exclaimed out loud. The technology from the 22nd century, the ability to complete constructions automatically, it made building things as simple as RTS games, just build wherever you click. If this technology were introduced to the market, a lot of construction companies would kill to get their hands on it. Of course, Jiang Chen would not introduce it to the world in the next little while. The really good things must be kept in his own hands. He'll introduce it once he gets bored of it. With the tablet in his hand, Jiang Chen sent the two robots to be charged on the drone terminal. Then he set a project to construct a two-dock harbor and then added the assembly of the underwater flotation device onto the construction list. With the symbol of the construction time, 20 days on the screen, he verified to ensure he didn't miss anything before closing the tablet. He only needed to wait for construction to finish. To ensure the safety and privacy of the island, Jiang Chen deliberated for a moment before he decided to not station any soldiers of celestial trade. It was not that he didn't trust his own soldiers, but he was afraid people who kept an eye on celestial would notice this place. Once the island is stationed with people, it meant constant supply to the island, which would reduce the hiddenness of the coconut island. At least before the construction robots finish construction, it was better to keep it as hidden as possible. For now, the best security would be the drones. Returning to the drone terminal, Jiang Chen changed the drone's mission from reconnaissance to alert. Once the drones notice any boats approaching, the fourth-dimensional messenger device located inside would alert his EP. After all this, Jiang Chen stretched his body and returned to the apocalypse. But what he didn't expect was that just as he returned, he encountered a severe situation. Standing on top of the patrol tower, the pack of zombies swarmed together to form a sea of zombies. This scene could only be seen in the city center before, but now they were here in the quiet rural areas. No one knew why the mutant flood erupted. Maybe it was because of a lack of living space in the city center, or possibly because of the desire to hunt in groups. Regardless, they were here. This despairing scene made any bystanders uncomfortable. The 20-meter-high wall couldn't bring a sense of security to the people, because amidst the howling noises, a thrower, with tumbling steps, ran to the fishbone base wall and tossed the infant zombie in its hands at the soldiers on the wall. The infant-sized zombie screamed with its dry lips and leaped at the soldiers firing on the wall. Then it suddenly exploded. Ah! My eyes! A soldier with acid splattered in his eyes covered his face while he howled and rolled on the ground. He was better off than the others because the two soldiers at the center of explosion instantly lost their ability to breathe. Fu*K. It's the thrower, get it? Wang Xiaowu roared at the top of his lungs into his earpiece. Just as his voice faded, a sniper rifle exploded the head of the thrower. Sun Jiao, with one foot on the wall, reloaded the ghost sniper rifle with a crisp clang before she continued to target the zombies. She pressed the trigger another time and executed another thrower with its hand just starting to come into view. Watching this scene, Wang Xiaowu couldn't feel more tense. It wasn't because of Sun Jiao's shooting skills but rather her identity as the missus of the general. If anything happened to her, Jiang Chen would shred him to pieces. But even though he used up all the excuses he could think of to convince her, Sun Jiao disregarded all his comments and still stood fearlessly on the wall. Objectively speaking, Sun Jiao was the person with the strongest combat abilities in the entire base. The soldiers standing there had barely gotten training for more than a year, while Sun Jiao started roaming the wasteland from a very young age, more than 10 years in total. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Wang Xiaowu gave up. There were only 5 T3 power armors stationed at the fishbone base. The rest had been transported to the 6th Street to provide it with an extended line of defense. The situation was even more critical there as the swarms of mutant mosquitoes had almost broken their line of defense. Fortunately, there were a lot of experienced soldiers at the 6th Street who were all masters who had wandered the wasteland from the beginning. They took out their flaming robots and Molotov cocktails since Director Chu Nan announced that the military government would compensate any damaged equipment. To save their own lives, no one dared to hide their treasure hoard of weapons any longer. On the Fishbone side, aside from the 5 T-3s, only 2 newly developed T-4s had been produced. And now they were stationed on the wall, unleashing their firepower upon the zombies. The drone attack force roamed outside the base and sniped the zombies' heads with their small-caliber machine guns. Then there were the soldiers in heavy bulletproof vests kneeled behind the cover of the wall, their backs carrying a cylinder full of organic fuel. With their flamethrowers ready, they were cautious of any flying mutants that could appear. Whether it was the light infantry with Reaper assault rifles or gunners firing machine guns, all the combat units on the wall had the same mission. It was to keep the zombies as far away from the base as possible. Just as Wang Xiaowu looked at the swarm of zombies with a perplexed look, Jiang Chen stepped into the patrol tower. "General." Wang Xiaowu saluted. "How's the situation?" He had only been gone for a few hours as the situation deteriorated to this point. As he stared at the endless sea of zombies, he suddenly felt like the base was a small boat in a massive ocean. "Terrible. There are too many zombies," Wang Xiaowu said with a bitter smile. "The zombies wouldn't die unless they were hit in the head." After fighting for so long, even though the wall was packed with fully equipped soldiers and sentry guns firing, the zombies still managed to reach the bottom of the wall. Below the wall, the zombies raised their heads and screamed ferociously. They extended their arms, attempting to reach the 20-meter-high wall, pass over it, and rip apart the humans on the other side. The zombies in the back swarmed in and used the zombies in front to boost themselves up, creating a slope made of corpses. This was what Wang Xiaowu was most afraid of. 20 meters was only 6 stories high. It would only take thousands of zombies to create a slope. And how many zombies were radiating out from the city center? It would be an underestimation to say 1 million. To prevent the corpse ladder strategy, the soldiers on the wall tossed grenades at the tightly packed zombies. But this was only a band-aid solution, as even though grenades could do significant damage to the zombies, their corpses would still remain behind the wall. Through the bulletproof glass, Jiang Chen gazed at the countless broken faces. Occasionally, a few infant zombies would smash into the glass of the patrol tower, creating dark green stains. "General." Wang Xiaowu took a deep breath and carefully opened his mouth. Jiang Chen asked. "Your missus is there." Wang Xiaowu pointed at the wall. Jiang Chen watched Sun Jiao firing her sniper rifle as he spoke helplessly. "Just let her be." He could understand her intentions of wanting to help. Right now, they were only in the initial stage of the mutant flood, so it wasn't too dangerous for her to be on the front lines. He might as well just let her be. Especially considering her combat abilities, she would be okay even if everyone else on the wall died. "What's the status of the roar mortars at the base?" Jiang Chen picked up the binoculars and observed the distribution of zombies in the distance. Inside the sea of zombies, Jiang Chen spotted a few vomiters with their bellies raised. "Prepared and ready to launch," Wang Xiaowu answered. Since mortar shells weren't unlimited, Fishbone Base only had a reserve of 2,000 rounds. Only when the zombies were in large enough numbers would bombardment by the mortars be most effective. So up till now, Wang Xiaowu hadn't used the mortars yet. "Then use it now." "I see vomiters appearing 6.6 kilometers away." Jiang Chen lowered his binoculars in front of his chest as he spoke gravely. Wang Xiaowu was shocked as he immediately picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance. He was too busy having a headache about what was happening that he forgot to check the horizon. Wang Xiaowu put out the order, "Attention mortars, angle 72 degrees, distance 6.5 kilometers, fire." "Roger." The sound of shells being unloaded transmitted from the square at the center of the base. The 10 mortars formed a formulation with 10 soldiers operating them. The shells were launched into the sky with an electromagnetic propulsion with a maximum range of 12 kilometers. The mortars could launch 20 shells per minute on average. In just a minute, 200 shells were fired. In their field of vision, the 20-something vomiters were instantly covered by the shells raining down from the sky. Thick smoke engulfed the sky. A minute later, new zombies made their way through the thick smoke. And the vomiters were blown to pieces. How many shells can the military plant produce? Jiang Chen asked Wang Xiaowu as he gazed at the black smoke in the distance. If there are enough supplies, the maximum production is 200 shells. 200 shells. A day's production isn't enough for 1 minute. Jiang Chen was thinking hard. He was contemplating if he should bring something over from the modern world. The zombies behind the wall were piled 2 to 3 meters high already. Seeing as the opportunity was right, the survivors brought the fuel cylinders up to the wall and began to pour it onto the zombies. Then the survivors tossed down torches. The fuel wasn't gasoline but an organic fuel similar to an alcohol mixture. It is worth mentioning that most of the vehicles in the 22nd century used high-capacity batteries, not fossil fuels. Because of this, all of Wanghai City barely had any fuel stations. What replaced them were charging stations. Controllable fusion made electricity extremely cheap in the 22nd century. Power was produced from the fusion power stations located on the moon, then transported through wireless technology to relaying satellites before reaching the Earth's surface. Fossil fuels naturally were replaced. And because of this, 10 minutes after the war erupted, the world was vulnerable to a massive blackout. The small number of nuclear power and geothermal stations could only sustain military production rates. A lot of the nuclear fusion batteries used in civilian facilities were all confiscated and sent to the front lines as fuel for power armor and tanks. What was worse was that in the next few nuclear winters after the war, the survivors couldn't find any fuel at all. Without power, electric heaters became scrap metal. The one saving grace was that the World Alliance organization was at least somewhat useful. They left the survivors technology related to crystals, a large number of unused weapons and functional production equipment. This allowed the survivors, who had to face mutants and harsh winters, to have a chance at survival. Although these weapons consequentially caused the birth of raiders, they did help the survivors pass through the most challenging period of time. Even if most survivors felt angry and disappointment towards the space colonization ship project, they still recognized that the World Alliance organization did something good for them. Flames were blazing and burning sky-high. Thick smoke from 4 different directions engulfed Fishbone Base. The soldiers all wore protective masks and the survivors all fled from the wall, covering their noses and mouths. The fuel itself produced only a small amount of smoke. The burning zombies were the major source of the smoke. The thick smoke surrounding the base was almost comparable to a chemical weapon which substantially impaired the vision of the soldiers on the wall. It wasn't easy to produce the fuel. Aside from requiring karm tree sap as the raw ingredient, the fuel consumed 1.3 times the electricity compared to the heat generated through burning. With 20 cylinders dumped down, it used a total of 15 tons of karm tree sap and 5,000 crystals. War is the same as burning money. Jiang Chen just witnessed a fine example to this point. Because of the obstruction due to the smoke, the zombies couldn't rush up the wall for the time being. Aside from retaining the instinct to hunt for people, zombies also retained a fear of flames. Although they wouldn't necessarily flee, zombies wouldn't come any closer either. After the drones confirmed the zombies halted their attack, the soldiers on the wall finally got some breathing room. Soldiers with sore shoulders and necks all sat along the wall while volunteer workers and women headed onto the wall, bringing nutrient supply, water, and towels to the people protecting them. The flames lasted 2 hours. Once the flames stopped, the carcasses piled 1 story high turned to dust and left with the wind. The most difficult period is the night. Wang Xiaowu, with eyebrows furrowed, stared at the outside. Can the soldiers handle it? Jiang Chen asked. Rotating 5 shifts. Every 2 hours, 400 people go to sleep. The production line for the machine guns and ammo can't stop, they have to handle it. There isn't much fuel at the base, so we have to do this. The patrol tower, acting as the command tower, had been fitted with an air filtration device. Although there was thick smoke outside, the air in the room was somewhat normal. Can you use gasoline? Jiang Chen asked abruptly. Gasoline? Wang Xiaowu processed this for a second before he said with a wry smile, it would work, but where are we going to find that? Wanhai City before the war was an economic center, not an industrial base. Even if there were factories that used fuel before, they're most likely cleaned out by survivors searching for fuel. Although fossil-based fuels were abandoned, there were still industrial applications for oil. Aside from burning, oil could be used as an excellent organic solvent as well as the raw material for rubber and plastic products. Wang Xiaowu naturally assumed Jiang Chen was talking about industrial fuel since he didn't know Jiang Chen's secret. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen said, while scratching his chin, you don't have to worry about it. I'll think of some ways to bring some here. That would be the best. Wang Xiaowu was out of solutions himself. Just then, there was a weak knocking sound at the door. Come in. The door opened and a figure that surprised Jiang Chen appeared at the door. The girl wore a giant protective mask and timidly walked into the room. Her white cotton dress was stained with dirty smoke. Jiang Chen noticed there was a delicate lunchbox tightly clenched between her arms. Yao Yao. Why are you here? Jiang Chen walked over, surprised by her presence. I was afraid you might be hungry, she said timidly. Then she took out a giant mask, smiled at Jiang Chen and handed him the lunchbox between her arms. So I cooked some food for you and brought it over. Wang Xiaowu knew too well what to do in this situation and turned around to face the wall. But he muttered in his mind, good thing my daughter is only a 1-year-old. Jiang Chen would have a spectacular expression if he could read his mind. Did you eat? Jiang Chen kneeled down and tousled Yao Yao's head. I haven't. Yao Yao scratched her face and said in a small voice. Then let's go eat together. Jiang Chen smiled. But, is this place going to be okay? Yao Yao looked warily at the thick smoke outside. General, don't worry, I'm here. Wang Xiaowu turned around just at the right time, speaking at just the right moment. Nice, I like you. Jiang Chen smiled at him and nodded before he picked up Yao Yao's hand. Let's go. Let's ask Sun Jiao to come along. Aha. Yao Yao nodded as she held on to his familiar, big hand with a joyful smile. After he put on his protective mask, Jiang Chen managed to find Sun Jiao with a sniper rifle at the corner of the stairs. With her face pitch black, Jiang Chen couldn't hold in his laughter and passed her a protective mask. This place is going to choke me to death. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes exaggeratedly as she snatched the protective mask and put it on. I told you to stay home, but you just had to come out, Jiang Chen chirped. I wanted to. And I took out 51 throwers today, shouldn't you compliment me? Sun Jiao swished her luscious hair filled with dust as she spoke with her chest raised proudly. If you dare to get hurt, I'll make sure you learn a lesson or two. Jiang Chen gave her a hard stare, although no one could see his expression behind his giant mask. When they returned home, Sun Jiao didn't even take off her mask before she ran into the shower. Although she didn't care about her appearance on the front line, the civilized side of her loved being clean in her everyday life. She definitely didn't want to expose her ugly side to the people she liked. Although Jiang Chen thought Sun Jiao with a face covered with dust and soot was still cute. There were 2 bathtubs in the mansion. Jiang Chen also wanted to take a shower after sneaking out from the smoke of the burning zombies, but when he realized there were only 2 bathtubs, he met a pair of big, timid eyes filled with hope. If we bathed together, Yao Yao wouldn't mind. With a completely red face, Yao Yao buried her head, her fingers twisted together. After wavering for a moment, she worked up the courage to continue, and Yao Yao has great back rubbing skills. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoro. Without any impure thoughts, and purely because he didn't want to reject the eyes filled with hope, Jiang Chen gulped and led her soft hand into the washroom. He felt like he was a thief. Jiang Chen sat in the bathtub filled with bubbles as the girl hummed cheerful tones while she rubbed Jiang Chen's back. Her wet strands of hair, mixed with a refreshing fragrance, constantly stroked Jiang Chen's back because of her movements. The on and off coolness somehow made him lose control, especially since the soft hands seemed like they had some magical effects as he felt all his weariness being washed away. Needless to say, it was a delightful experience having a lowly rubbing his back. Yao Yao, grow up sooner, Jiang Chen muttered in his mind. When would the inducer effect be alleviated? Turn around, the front needs to be washed too. Yao Yao didn't notice the change in Jiang Chen as she spoke to him in a cheerful tone. Jiang Chen felt a warm itching beside his ear and he inhaled deeply. He used some bubbles to cover up his waist while forcing a smile. I can do it myself. Yao Yao turned her head and her cute mouth moved. Okay. Just as Jiang Chen felt relieved and thought it was over, the sound of water came from behind him. Yao Yao stood up, held the side of the bathtub, swiveled her smooth legs, and carefully turned around before she sat back in the water. After she gained her balance, Yao Yao nervously shook her legs in the water and said what she had been hoping with a blushed face. Could you help Yao Yao rub her back? Jiang Chen's instincts told him it was better to say no. But the cute voice made it impossible to refuse. When the blushing Yao Yao and Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom, it was already dark outside. In the dining room, the three girls had already been waiting for a while. The hungry Lin Lin pouted and sat in front of the table with her chopsticks. When the two latecomers finally appeared in the hallway, she secretly peeked at them before moving her gaze away. Sun Jiao and Sun Xiaoro gazed at Jiang Chen slyly. One was slightly jealous, the other had other nefarious intentions. Jiang Chen felt awkward under their gazes. He sat down while scratching his nose while Yao Yao, with her face still red, ran into the kitchen. When he sat down, he felt 3 pairs of eyes focused on him. Did you eat her? Sun Jiao grinned. No. Jiang Chen shook his head as he had a wry smile. Am I that big of a pervert? The 3 girls all nodded simultaneously. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he wanted to rebut, but he didn't know what to say so he stared at Lin Lin instead. Why are you involved in this? Aren't you afraid I'll turn into a pervert? For some reason, Lin Lin didn't use her loud mouth and only made a funny face at Jiang Chen before she looked away. Something feels odd. Is she sick? Jiang Chen wondered. When he recalled the last time Lin Lin coughed, he felt concerned. Although Lin Lin always argued with Sun Jiao and himself, she was a kind person, digitalized human, inside. But just as he was about to ask about her health, Yao Yao brought some steaming food over. Time to eat. We're eating hot pot today. Yao Yao happily removed the cover of the pot. Smells so good. Finally, we can eat. I'm starving. Lin Lin stood up excitedly and reached out with her chopsticks first. No one's trying to fight you for it. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes. If you're slow, the delicious lamb rolls will be gone. Lin Lin chewed while she smirked. The question hanging in Jiang Chen's mind was quickly taken over by the happy atmosphere. Considering how energetic Lin Lin looked now, he didn't ask more. Perhaps it was just an illusion, maybe she's okay now, Jiang Chen thought in his mind. After dinner, Sun Jiao left with the sniper rifle again. Jiang Chen rested on the sofa for a while before he headed to the backyard. Since the apocalypse lacked fuel, he planned to bring back some gasoline. Speaking of gasoline, when he saw the swarms of zombies, he suddenly had an idea. What if he brought back weapons from the modern world? He always had the perception that the weapons from the modern world were all subpar in penetration and stability compared to the arms of the apocalypse. And since the apocalypse had never lacked weapons before, he never considered this option. But when he carefully thought it over, weapons from the modern world weren't necessarily useless. At least when used against flesh, there wasn't much difference between the Reaper assault rifle and AK-47. A headshot yielded the same result, with the only problems being recoil and accuracy. If they weren't being used against zombies with higher mutation levels or mutants with stronger defenses, modern weapons could still be useful in the apocalypse. A lot of the pistols and rifles created by survivors weren't necessarily stronger than their modern world counterparts. Of course, this wasn't to say Jiang Chen planned to bring light weapons back. Fishbone Base had a high reserve of ammo and rifles, and the ammo production line was also in steady production. As to what exactly to bring, he needed to think carefully. The most crucial task was to solve the fuel problem. "Do you need my help?" Just as Jiang Chen reached the door, Sun Xiaoro stopped him and said with seriousness, "With my abilities, I can be helpful in combat." "The ability to explode crystals? It will be helpful, but it'll burn too much money," Jiang Chen muttered in his head. "It's okay. Your sister is giving me enough of a headache." Sun Xiaoro gave up the idea. "Be careful when you're out there." "Aha." He nodded with a smile. He put on the protective mask and left again. The scenery changed and the repressive atmosphere instantly vanished. Interdimensional travel took him to Coconut Island. As part of his routine, he confirmed that there were no calls before he headed to the beach. The two construction robots were still working meticulously on the construction site. After he checked their progress on the tablet, Jiang Chen let them be and boarded his boat. He took out the backup oil canister and filled up the boat before he soared to Coral Island. It was deep into the night. Only a few scattered lights were visible in the city center. Jiang Chen didn't immediately return to his mansion when he got off the boat. Instead, he drove to a gas station at the southern end of the island. When Jiang Chen parked beside a self-serving pump, he honked a few times. Immediately after, the employee working the night shift walked out. The man in uniform rubbed his eyes while walking out sluggishly. He had been taking a nap. Most of the citizens in Xian were bilingual. Keeble glanced at Jiang Chen in the car, yawned, put his hand on the roof, and spoke in annoyance. "How much do you want to add?" "As much as possible." Keeble took a moment to process what he just heard and tugged on his mustache. "How much?" Jiang Chen didn't want to waste words on him as he took out a stack of cash and slapped it onto his car hood. $2,000. Please prepare a few barrels for me. Just in case, he usually kept some cash in the storage dimension. $2,000. Keeble was instantly awake. He didn't move, but he looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen. $2,000. Why do you need so much gasoline? He had to ask because Xian wasn't completely at peace, which made everyone uneasy. If he sold this much gasoline and someone used it for terrorism, he would be the one to blame. Even if selling this much gasoline would get him more commission at the month's end, he was afraid to sell this much right now. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, took out the presidential palace document and waved it in front of him. "It's not good for you to ask too many questions, buddy." Keeble took a look at the document and all his suspicions disappeared. To be able to freely enter the Xian presidential palace, this guy was definitely not a terrorist and likely working for the president. "The barrels are in the warehouse, wait a moment." Keeble handed the document back to Jiang Chen before he jogged to the warehouse. "Wait, do you have a truck here?" Jiang Chen stuck his head out the window and stopped him. Keeble shook his head. "No, but my pickup truck that I use is there." "Okay, what's your name?" Keeble paused. "Keeble." "Why?" "Mr. Keeble, do you want to make $1,000? Jiang Chen put his hand in his pocket and pulled out another stack of cash with a smile. Because the Development and Reform Commission, 1, didn't exist, the oil prices in XIN reflected the international market. After the global crude market plunged to below $30 per barrel, the 91 grade gasoline dropped down to $1.30 per gallon, equivalent to 34 cents per liter. By conversion, how much gasoline could $2,000 buy? A total of 5,882.4 liters. With a barrel capable of storing 159 liters, $2,000 could purchase 37 barrels in total. Keeble flipped through the entire warehouse and finally managed to find enough barrels. With this large batch of gasoline, it was enough for the zombies outside Fishbone Base to have a great time. Keeble worked diligently with the $1,000 tip motivating him. He hauled empty barrels onto his pickup truck before he started to pump in gasoline. $1,000 to move the barrels to Celestial Trade's warehouse. Where can I find more of this work? After a few trips, he finally managed to transport all the barrels. Jiang Chen handed him the tip and told him to keep everything that happened today deep inside your heart. Keeble promised to all the greater beings he could think of, then Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder, told him to prepare a few more barrels for next time before signaling him to leave. Watching Keeble drive away, Jiang Chen closed the door of the warehouse. He moved the gasoline into the storage dimension before he traveled back to the apocalypse. The moment he arrived, he heard gunshots in the distance. He placed the gasoline into the warehouse in the backyard. He called Wang Qin, ordering her to move the barrels into the storage. Wang Qin was used to the general's mysterious ability to make supplies appear in the backyard, so she didn't ask more and immediately commanded the workers from the logistics department to carefully transport the highly explosive substance to a standalone warehouse. Jiang Chen stepped onto the command tower again as he met Wang Xiaowu with a stern expression. What's the situation like now? We already consumed 40% of the fuel reserve at the base, the production of fuel is far slower than the consumption, and the remaining calm tree sap will only allow us to produce 30 more barrels. The 6th Street's fuel is barely enough for them and they can't spare any additional fuel to help us. With our current state, we won't be able to clear the zombie bodies even after 3 days. Wang Xiaowu provided the bad news. Looking at Wang Xiaowu's expression, Jiang Chen smiled. I already solved the fuel problem. Considering that only 6 hours had passed, there was no way Jiang Chen could have acquired so much fuel. Therefore, Wang Xiaowu smiled wryly. A few barrels aren't enough to solve the problem. There isn't a lot of fat in the zombies' bodies, it would take around 300 L of fuel to burn the bodies just surrounding one wall, and the base has 4 walls. Is 37 barrels enough? 37 barrels. 37 barrels. After he finally finished processing, Wang Xiaowu's eyes widened and he stared at Jiang Chen. 37 barrels. How many liters per barrel? 159 liters. It's in the warehouse now. 159 liters, that's 5,883 liters. Ha ha ha. That's amazing. While he was thrilled at the news, Wang Xiaowu banged his hand on the table and pressed his earpiece. Attention incinerating team, prepare to transport fuel from the warehouse. Let's burn these curs. Roger. After finishing his command, Wang Xiaowu realized his blunder, so he started to laugh awkwardly. But Jiang Chen didn't mind. Don't worry about the fuel, I'll bring a few more batches over. You must keep the walls secure, don't skimp on the fuel, understand? Understand. Wang Xiaowu saluted with confidence. Jiang Chen's 37 barrels of fuel solved the urgent crisis at the base. As to how he obtained it, who cares? As a subordinate, Wang Xiaowu only needed to complete the mission assigned to him. A battle in the night was extremely disadvantageous to the survivors. Not only would the soldiers' view be obstructed, but their weariness would also increase. They had some night vision goggles, but nowhere near enough to supply all 2,000 soldiers, so the strategy Wang Zhao decided upon was using a physical light source. After a period of time, the mortars would launch a few lightning bombs that would linger in the air and illuminate the battlefield with a bright red luminance. Although they couldn't make the battlefield as bright as day, there would be ample light for shooting. On the zombies' side, the night brought them several advantages. When the zombies were free from the sunlight, they were suddenly more fierce as if they were all on drugs. The typical zombies weren't only faster, but the arm strength of the throwers was also stronger as they tossed their suns into the base. The exploding infant zombies indeed created a lot of problems for the soldiers on the wall as they were taken down, one by one. This scene alone depressed everyone's mood. Pouring down gasoline every 6 hours was the only opportunity for the soldiers defending the wall to rest. Only massive fire would make the zombies feel fear and stop their march toward the survivor base. But when the flames vanished, the flood of zombies would continue their attack. As the leader of the Second Corps, Wang Zhaowu didn't get much shut-eye during the night. He only took naps on the sofa when the zombies were being burned. Jiang Chen took Sun Jiao back to the mansion at 12. Although Sun Jiao wanted to do everything she could to protect the base, Jiang Chen wouldn't allow her to fight in a fatigued state. But speaking of Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen originally thought that a single person couldn't have a large impact on the battlefield until he discovered that she made a huge difference. Her precise shooting meant that a lot of throwers were unable to attack before their heads were popped off by the sniper rifles. After 6 hours, over 200 throwers died by her gun. While the kills boosted the soldiers' morale, the pressure the east wall faced was also significantly alleviated because the east side was facing the city center. For now, the greatest threat posed to the soldiers on the wall was the throwers. The next morning, the zombie attack slowed down. Even during the mutant flood, the concentration of zombies wasn't uniform. After the conclusion of one wave, there would be a short or long dormant period. Until the next wave arrived, the base was safe. Standing on top of the wall, the scene on the outside was glorious. The wall was burnt to a crisp black. The coal and bone dust mixed together to form patches of black and white while a repulsive burn smell drifted through the air. The burning of gasoline created a 7-meter vacuum outside the wall, but further outside the wall was still a pile of corpses. The remains of zombies began to let out a disgusting smell. The previously unrotten skin tissue maintained by the X1 bacteria began to deteriorate. Mosquitoes and flies began to circle the air. The plate-sized flies and human leg-long mosquitoes sent a chill down everyone's spines just by their appearance. The occasional zombie that blankly wandered around the wall was quickly shot. Is this it? On top of the wall, Jiang Chen asked Sun Jiao beside him. It's only the beginning. Sun Jiao, with an SK-10 in front of her chest, sighed. Just the beginning. Jiang Chen gazed at the mosquitoes and flies that were beginning to accumulate. Typically speaking, the more mutants in the area, the fewer the zombies. The distribution of the two was inversely proportional. Now that the concentration of zombies decreased, it wasn't a good sign. How long will this mutant flood last? Jiang Chen asked wryly. Until Wanhai City can return to a state of balance. Sun Jiao shrugged. Any creatures, including the zombies, would have an instinct to create their own space for survival. Once the population exceeded the threshold, the city center could no longer contain all of them, so they had to expand outward and increase the radius of the city center. Waiting alone would not end the mutant flood, only killing all the zombies and mutants migrating outward would end this war. If not, they would have to give up their own territory and migrate further. On the wasteland, where anyone could become mutated, natural selection remained the law. A zombie in the distance moved in their direction, so Sun Jiao grabbed the laser rifle hanging in front of her chest, extended the barrel, narrowed her eyes, and pressed the trigger. A needle-thin blue ray flashed as a fist-sized hole was instantly burned onto the zombie's forehead. Black content began to flow out. It took a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. A few rays flashed, and a few zombies dropped dead. It didn't have the sound effect typically found in science fiction movies. Real laser rifles were silent killers. Although they had troublesome maintenance, expensive parts, limited range, and weak defense against EMP, making them far less popular than durable explosive rifles, Sun Jiao seemed to be particularly fond of them. Straight trajectory, no recoil, high power in close range. It's a pretty high-tech weapon, Jiang Chen said enviously while looking at the weapon in Sun Jiao's hands. He wanted to purchase a few of the laser weapons as part of his collection, but the 6th Street weapons shop only sold the C-type battery used for laser rifles, not the laser rifles themselves. Because he never saw one while he was at the 6th Street, he shoved the memory of it to the back of his head. The laser rifle was mostly used in space since no one dared to fire a standard rifle in gravity-free environments. Firing just one shot might not hit anyone before the person who fired it would drift away. This is considered high-tech. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes and retracted the rifle. Let's go down, it won't be safe on the wall in a bit. The mutant mosquitoes and the mutant flies. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes at the black cloud that began to form in the distance before turning around. Because of the appearance of flying mutants, Lu Huaxing immediately evacuated the survivors at the base and transferred them to the temporary emergency facility in the underground tunnel. Jiang Chen didn't want to brag about his foresight, but the temporary emergency facility he ordered to be built was useful. The flying mutants could easily fly over the wall of the base, which would be a disaster to the normal survivors at the base. Hiding in the underground tunnel would protect them. After half a year of continual reinforcement, the primary transportation route between the 6th Street and Fishbone Base was fortified like an iron barrel. As long as both exits were secured, no mutants could attack them here. When Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao headed to the community center, they didn't encounter a lot of people along the way. After arriving at the command center, they saw the only remaining person in the community center, Han Junhua. She had her arms crossed and was looking emotionlessly at the hologram map on the table. The red and blue dots intermingled together, marking the enemy and friendly forces. Just by the force distribution, the First Corps had gained the upper hand, but the expression on her face didn't indicate that at all. What's the situation on the West Line? Jiang Chen immediately asked. A bit problematic. Despite her an unchanging face, Han Junhua's voice betrayed a tone full of cautiousness. West Line. The rural area of Jia, 6 kilometers away from Jia Sports Center, Cheng Weiguo established a temporary command post there. He was standing in front of the hologram map with a finger pointed fiercely at the major roadways on the map. Then he dragged out an attack red arrow and ordered his teams to push forward. Attention Team 8, the mutated humans deployed a large amount of anti-air machine guns in the Sanctuary Park. Your mission is to follow this line and penetrate the mutated humans' line of defense, and then take out the machine guns. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Attention Team 5, attack. Damn it. Cheng Weiguo looked up at the orange cloud that exploded in the air. Wide-range electromagnetic interference bomb. It could disrupt any wireless signal in the area for up to an hour. Cheng Weiguo cursed out as he smashed the radio filled with static noises onto the table and sat down on the chair. The electromagnetic interference was useful to both parties. Without command, the troops in the front line would have to fight following their previous order. The boring trick could only waste time since both parties would be unable to strategize its force. But the mutated humans didn't need to strategize, as the defender, they only needed to defend. The mortar sounds in the distance never stopped. It made Cheng Weiguo feel flustered. The delaying tactic made him feel unsettled. The mutated humans surprisingly had some great tools. The Dusk Church was not an easy opponent. Soon after, a communication soldier ran in front of him. Cheng Weiguo took a deep breath and spoke to him. Notify Team 4 to push towards the intersection from Nanxi Road. Different from the terrain in Wanghai, Jia's complex river environment made it easy to defend and hard to attack. The command center of the mutated humans located in Jia Sports Center was between multiple rivers. In order to defend the attack of NAC's First Corps, the mutated humans were smarter this time. They destroyed all the bridges and held within the defense line. And these rivers caused a great deal of trouble to the NAC armor units. On the first day, the armored force of NAC was blocked at the highway entrance to the west of Jiao. The bridge that stretched across the river were exploded into several segments. To allow the armored force to pass through, it took Wang Xiaowu some serious efforts. At first, they launched a round of artillery attacks at the mutated humans across the river, then the engineering soldiers built a floating bridge. Only after they conquered the bank across the river did the armored force finally pass through. Once the tanks crossed the river, the situation became a lot more positive. The armored force led the way with the infantries immediately following. They advanced rapidly for 4 kilometers as the mutated humans suffered constant defeat. But the situation quickly became grave again. After they entered the city center, the number of rivers increased which hindered the armored forces' advancement. The catastrophic defeat in the 7th area made the mutated humans realize the power of NAC's armored units. Therefore they set up the defense line along the river and persisted on fighting the battle in the streets. The mutated humans stationed in Jia were a much tougher enemy. Other than the annoying anti-tank cannons and mortars, the mutated humans acquired a tactical nuke somehow. 200 infantries without armor protection instantly dropped down, and even a Tiger II stalled. Fortunately, most of the people who died were new recruits from the 7th area. Cheng Weiguo's eyebrows only twitched as he didn't feel too pained by the loss. But regardless, the battle turned into a stalemate. To defend against the possibility of another tactical nuke being dropped, Cheng Weiguo had to extend the battle line and gave up on the strategy of a group attack. These mutated humans were definitely commanded by humans. There were around 20,000 mutated humans stationed in Jia, which was 5 times the First Corps' force. Although the First Corps was equipped with a significant amount of heavy weapons and armored units. Due to the complex river system, they were forced into a siege attack. The lightning war strategy is being obstructed. The First Corps may not be able to conquer Jia in a short period of time. Han Junhua crossed her arms in front of her chest and said while studying the hologram map. I already said, it's too crazy to fight 2 battles at the same time. Sun Jiao scoffed and sat on the sofa. Did you not consider the possibility of the mutated humans blowing up the bridges? Jiang Chen asked Han Junhua. A total of 217 bridges were destroyed. Based on Pax road quality standard, destroying the supporting structure of a bridge would require at least 600 kilograms of explosives, Han Junhua said emotionlessly. 130.2 tons of explosives. The mutated humans had way too many supplies. Fu*K, how did these monsters acquire so many explosives? Sun Jiao cursed out in frustration. 130 tons. Even if the entire 6th Street were turned upside down, there wouldn't be that many explosives. Even if the Dusk Church had strong financial backing, they were a force migrated from the Northern Alliance area. There was no reason they would possess so many supplies. Maybe it is not explosives, Jiang Chen abruptly commented. Han Junhua and Sun Jiao both turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Sun Jiao seemed to have caught onto something. Crystals. That's right. Sun Xiru said that her ability was induced through genetic engineering and not simply evolved from the genetic vaccines. Therefore, her ability is not unique within the Dusk, Jiang Chen said gravely. The ability to explode crystals. Mutated humans and humans were archenemies, only slavery and raid existed between the two with no possibility of trading. They acquired food through hunting the mutants. In the past 10-something years, they must have accumulated a significant amount of unused crystals. Other people might not be able to afford it, but the mutated humans didn't care. What are you saying? Han Junhua looked at the two, puzzled. Jiang Chen and Sun Xiao exchanged eye contact before they told the story of Sun Xiaoro to her. Han Junhua lowered her head and deliberated for a moment. I have a question I don't understand. Why is the Dusk Church able to establish a partnership with the mutated humans? Did you ask Sun Xiaoro this before? Sun Xiao shook her head. She wouldn't make her sister recall the memory of her terrible past. Han Junhua then looked at Jiang Chen. The mutated humans would require an improved FEV virus to obtain reproduction ability, and the Dusk needs the Garden of Eden technology in Fallout Shelter 005. The two parties have the same goal. The Dusk would leave the Earth without leaving a trace behind, so it was not possible for them to have future conflicts. Jiang Chen organized the information he knew and explained. The Project Garden of Eden. When I was the commander in the 71st Mechanical Division, I heard some people mention that a state research institute was responsible for this area of research. It was rumored that once the technology matured, the challenges in space colonization would be solved. Han Junhua put her finger on her chin and muttered to herself. What if we provide the FEV virus to the mutated humans and let them fight amongst themselves? Sun Jiao suggested. That's impossible. If we did that, we wouldn't have a problem in the short term, but it will be extremely problematic in the long term, Jiang Chen said wryly. Needless to say, the ugly mutated humans were better suited for this piece of land. The ability to devour the Deathclaw's meat, more poisonous than rat poison, raw and munch on unprocessed mutated fruits would mean that once these things acquired the ability to reproduce, humans wouldn't have a place on this planet anymore. Suddenly, Han Junhua raised her head and fixed her sight on Jiang Chen. What if we changed to a different perspective? We first find Fallout Shelter 005, then provide the Project Garden of Eden to the Dusk Chuck, which eliminates their motive to control Wang Hai. The mutated humans that lost their external support along with their military production in the 70 area will lose inevitably. Release the Garden of Eden technology to Dusk. From humanity's point of view, it was a choice with only pros. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen was a selfish person. He didn't mind that while he lived a great life, he could make other people live a good life. But there was a condition. That generosity must be given by him. Perhaps one day he would agree to build the Garden of Eden, but it must be a NAC-controlled Garden of Eden. As to releasing the project to other people, he would not consider the possibility at all. If their ultimate plan is to leave Earth by building a space colonization ship, then they don't have a conflict of interest with us. Han Junhua looked at Jiang Chen. That's unfortunate then, they won't be able to leave. Jiang Chen smiled. Han Junhua sighed and then looked at the hologram map with her arms crossed. Then war is the only option left. But from the ammo reserve left in Xinjiang, if we are unable to capture Jia in 10 days, we will have to give up 7th area. Xinjiang was where the raw materials originated, and the majority of firearm productions were located in the Fishbone Base and the 6th Street. Although they obtained a large number of mutated humans' weapons and steel, they didn't manage to discover any firearm production lines. If they gave up on the 7th Street and ordered the 1st Corps to retreat, that would mean that the crusade would be only half completed. The mutated humans could recapture the 7th area and use the long, harsh winter to regain their strength. If NAC suffered heavy casualties in the mutants' flood, then without a doubt the mutated humans would take advantage of this situation and declare war. If the mutants' flood persisted till next year this time. When the first mutants' flood erupted, the entire Earth was in a nuclear winter, and it was significantly colder than the past years. Jiang Chen didn't think that the mutants would obediently go back underground during winter, so he could not bet on the fact that the mutants' flood would end by this year. Is it because of our ammo reserve? Jiang Chen's eyebrows twisted together. It's mostly the mortar shells and the 5 kilograms and 10 kilograms bombs. We have ample and light weapon ammunition, but we can't conquer in exchange for lives. Han Junhua said without any emotional fluctuation. So, we are missing heavy weapons. Suddenly a smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. I have a solution, we just need more shells and bombs, right? Han Junhua looked toward Jiang Chen. Are we going to transport it from the Fishbone base with helicopters? Based on the reserve and production in the base, we don't have the capacity to support the 1st Division. The Fishbone unleashed 200 rounds of mortar shells, 300 rounds of 5 kg bombs per day. To sustain its consumption speed, ammunition production was already operating at full capacity. No need to transport from the base, I can take care of it from elsewhere. Jiang Chen shook his head as an evil smirk appeared on his face. Han Junhua looked speechlessly at Jiang Chen. Somehow, the smirk reminded her of some unpleasant memories she never wants to recall again. Due to the limitation of technology, the weapons from the 21st century were far inferior compared to the 22nd century weapons. A simple example, who would win between the Wanderer tank from NAC's 1st Corps and UA's Mechanical Division? The question was more of how many units would be left in the Mechanical Division before the Wanderer tank ran out of fuel. How many units could the particle cannon and coaxial electromagnetic pulse cannon take out? Unless it was directly struck by a nuclear warhead, the modern-day weapon could not pose any threat to the Wanderer's armor. But when the efficiency of killing the zombies are brought into the conversation, the UA Mechanical Division would be much more effective compared to the entire NAC 1st Division. Why? The reason was simple. Because when technology is not necessary, any technology would be excessive. For example, killing zombies. For example, launching an artillery rain of destruction. Accuracy was irrelevant. Other than the dangerous mutants with insane mobility and defense, how many mutants would survive in the explosion, let alone zombies? It was the same idea against the mutated humans. Their anti-tank cannon and rocket indeed posed a serious threat to the 1st Corps armor force. If an M2A1 tank were brought to the front line, an anti-tank round would easily destroy it without any doubt. But what if there were 30-something heavy artilleries or even rockets? Even if they possessed the rifles from the 22nd century, they were still made out of tissues. Walking out from the community center, Jiang Chen held Sun Jiao's hand and headed to the mansion. Bullets unleashed on the wall far away, soldiers in a heavy bulletproof suit with a fuel tank on the back ignited the nozzle they held. It was nothing technologically advanced, but if the mutant mosquitoes dove down, they would become toasted mosquitoes. You are planning to transport weapons from that side? Sun Jiao acutely captured Jiang Chen's thought. That's right. Jiang Chen squeezed her hand and smiled proudly. Is stuff from your side reliable? Sun Jiao asked with skepticism. The skepticism was similar to a gorilla hearing an ancient person had time traveled from the Ming dynasty and said he would support the war with the weapons from his era. Jiang Chen started to laugh and didn't explain. He promised, you'll know once you actually see it. After returning to the mansion, Jiang Chen immediately returned to the modern world. Due to the influence of UA weapons that appeared in the hands of Country F's anti-government militants, Robert was in a tight spot. It would be too inconsiderate to ask him for more weapons, especially given that he already retired. There was only one person Jiang Chen could ask. It was near dusk already, but still some time before people got off work. He drove the Lamborghini out from the garage and headed straight to the newly opened Russian embassy. Natasha was patrolling at the gate of the embassy feeling extremely bored. Although she was the head of security, there was only 3 security personnel in total, so she had to fill in the patrolling slot. Jiang Chen stopped the car in front of the embassy, rolled down the window, and teased her. "Beautiful miss, could I invite you to dinner?" Natasha looked at Jiang Chen in surprise as a grin appeared. Of course. She walked to the other side of the car, yelled toward the embassy, "Karachev, come out and watch the door." Before she received a response, she sat in the car. After putting on the seatbelt, Natasha swayed her luscious hair and sunk into the comfortable seat. "I heard that a gentleman is supposed to open the door for a lady. Are you not going to change out of your uniform?" Jiang Chen ignored her scoff and laughed. No need, Natasha's lips curled up while crossing her legs. Uniform roleplay is pretty fun, isn't it? Face palm, what happened to her? Jiang Chen still remembered in Eastern Europe, when he tied her onto the chair, she suspected that he took her first time and stared at him with a look of death as if he had killed her father. Jiang Chen coughed and started the car. I won't be able to do business with you like this. Business? Natasha's eyes flashed as she put her leg down and sat up straight. For example, my company needs some firearms used for self-defense. What do you want to eat? Barbecue and beer. I remember there is beach bar not far away from here and their barbecue is great. Natasha smiled. She was familiar with the surrounding area already. Okay, let's talk about the firearms then. I need dash, don't you want to chat while eating? Natasha interrupted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gave an as you wish look before turning on the GPS. Sit tight. Jiang Chen stepped on the gas. The vehicle transformed into a shadow and raced toward the beach. The Apocalypse, the rural area east of Sioux City. The 100-story skyscraper stood desolately among the ruins. Not far away, a sign engraved with, dangling on the side of the road, was replaced with the written in red paint. It hung in the middle of the building. The original owner of the building had the foresight to use a large amount of expensive and durable material in the construction of the building. And the building did, in fact, manage to withstand the nuclear explosion 5 kilometers away 20 years ago. Unfortunately, the radiation still burned him into dust. When the nuclear blast arrived, he was on the elevator, coming down from the top-floor office, escaping to the basement. However, regrettably, he died on the 27th floor. The building exchanged hands multiple times before being occupied by the dark red Chamber of Commerce as their base. The 100-story height was a natural observation tower easily capable of scouting tens of kilometers away. On the roof of the building, Lin Chowan sat on the edge with his feet hanging in the air without any fear of heights. His eyes narrowed as he looked to Wang Hai's direction. He was unafraid of heights because it was an emotion that belonged only to creatures. Suddenly, he smiled. Wang Hai's sky has changed. Is this something predictable? 2 meters behind him, a man in a suit with a distant expression stood up straight with his hands behind his back. He was gazing in Wang Hai's direction, but in the distance, only the skyline of Wang Hai was barely visible. Other than a few faint columns of smoke rising, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Chao Guankai, the current president of Dark Red. During the past winter, his father Chao Jinsong launched a coup in the 6th Street and died after the failed attempt. After receiving the information, he decisively took the soldiers loyal to him and executed his cousin who planned to split Dark Red with him. It was his father's nephew, Chao Wei. Finally, he controlled all of the assets of Dark Red and prevented the massive empire from falling apart. It was after that he met Lin Chowan and initiated a partnership with him. A few months ago, he listened to Lin Chowan's advice and withdrew Dark Red's merchant fleet from doing business in Wang Hai and sold the assets under an anonymous name. He was skeptical of what Lin Chowan said in the beginning, but the robot's words became true. A mutant's flood indeed erupted in Wang Hai. Of course, everything in this world has causations. Lin Chowan sighed as he said leisurely, for example, the economic crisis in 2150 meant the war would be inevitable. And that economic crisis was because of. Chao Guankai burst out laughing. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about our history. I'm a businessman, I only care about now and dash sh. Lin Chowan suddenly interrupted him and put his finger in front of his lips. Then, he put his hand beside his ear and closed his eyes. It looked like he was listening to something. Listen, they are talking again. Lin Chowan leaned forward with a smile, the poor bugs. Chao Guankai, standing on the side, twitched. He suddenly had the urge to kick the fool down. But thinking that there was no point in being angry at a robot, he restrained himself from this dangerous thought. Pretending to be supernatural. Chao Guankai cursed out in a low voice and headed for the elevator. Are you not curious about what I heard? Lin Chowan turned his head and said sluggishly. I'm only curious what kind of mental state your designer had to bring you into this world. Chao Guankai scoffed while taking a hidden shot at him. Perhaps. Similar to father's mental state. He didn't seem to understand the mockery in his words and shrugged. Speaking of which, I have one thing I'm curious about. Can you answer it for me? Oh. Is there something you don't know? Don't you want to seek revenge on that person? He killed your father. Lin Chowan smiled. He was referring to Jiang Chen. Because of Fishbone's sudden intervention, the balance in favor of them smashed to the ground, and all the stakes were collected by that person. The mantis preying on the cicada while the bird waited to strike at the final moment. There is no family in business. He failed his investment in Wang Hai and lost all his stakes, that's all, Chao Guankai said emotionlessly. You have an open mind. Lin Chowan laughed mischievously, turned his head, and continued to gaze into the sky in the distance. Although the dark red originated from the 6th Street, the base is in Sioux City with business in Heng City and the even further Luzhou. I never agreed with father's strategy of intervening with the local situation. Only when we abide by the identity of a merchant can we generate more profit. Is that so? Lin Chowan said slowly. Just like Chao Guankai was disinterested in what he said, he was not interested in the business he was talking about. In his eyes, the human stance toward crystals was like monkeys playing with stones. They didn't understand what kind of powerful weapons he possessed. Yes. Chao Guankai nodded. Without responding, Lin Chowan silently watched Wang Hai in the distance. He seemed to want to say something interesting as a smile emerged from his lips. Chao Guankai stood silently behind him. Just then, his communication device started to buzz. He pressed the button on his collar and picked up the phone. Hello. I see. He quickly hung up the phone and looked at Lin Chowan on the edge of the building. The thing you need is ready. Oh. That's great. The smile on Lin Chowan's face grew bigger. He pressed his hands on the floor and propelled himself up. The move was nothing by itself, but to do it at the edge of a 100-story building. Chao Guankai thought he had a calm state of mind, but just by watching his action, he felt tense. The recipe to the drug. Just as Lin Chowan passed by him, he opened his mouth. Oh, that. Lin Chowan seemed to have remembered something as he took out a USB from his pocket with sluggishness. Here you go, it's all inside. It was the recipe of happy times. It was the recipe of the hallucinating drug. Chao Guankai held his breath while he took over the USB. He felt his fingers were trembling. He was not holding a USB, but a key to a crystal treasure. Only one tablet was enough to live in the happy times before the war. Lin Chowan enjoyed the expression on his face for 2 seconds before he curled his lips into a smile that held deep meaning. The camera zoomed out. In the empty ground north of the dark red building stood a 6-story tall rocket. Katyusha multiple rocket launcher, nicknamed Hail, also known as Stalin's organ, in its early days was equipped by the Soviet as early as 1964 and had been in use ever since. Its presence was seen in Afghanistan War, Iran, and Iraq. Even in the modernized military today, this simple yet powerful weapon didn't leave history's spotlight. 40 122mm caliber rocket launchers mounted on a small military truck, it possessed a relatively simple configuration compared to the different types of rocket. While the small guy didn't look fierce, its maximum firing capacity can reach an astounding 720 rockets with a total weight of 48 tons, it was more than the sum of all the UA land force conventional rockets being fired simultaneously. It was the nightmare shared by the enemy's infantries and the friendly logistics personnel. Its only weakness was accuracy. The two sat in the beach bar in a remote corner. They enjoyed the Brazilian barbecue while they discussed the dangerous topic. When Jiang Chen brought up that he needed a type of weapon with strong deterrence and maximum coverage, the Russian girl with a couple of beers down immediately began to pitch him the Stalin's organ. If you are only searching for simple yet destructive firepower, no other weapon can fit you better than the BM-21. With her face completely red, Jiang Chen mocked her, "Why do I think you are not using your talent effectively by being an agent? Why don't you become a salesperson for an arms company?" Burp. She indecently let out a burp as she rolled her eyes and she authoritatively swung her blonde hair to her back. "Be a man, are you going to buy or not?" "Of course I will buy." "How many?" Natasha's red lips changed to a pleased curvature. 8. Jiang Chen put down the skewer and said nonchalantly. 8. Are you going to equip 2 companies? Natasha with one hand holding onto her chin, she tilted her head. "Should be okay. I remember the 80 Division in the Ural Military Theater is planning to equip new rockets. They are troubled by the fact that the junks have no buyer." Face palm. "Is it really good to describe your arms like this in front of the buyer? She is definitely drunk. What's the price?" Jiang Chen finished a skewer and asked. "I'm not sure, but by crude estimation, it shouldn't be too expensive. The most expensive part is the ammunition." "Aha. How many rockets do you need?" Jiang Chen put up 4 fingers. 4,000. Natasha yawned. Jiang Chen mysteriously smiled and chuckled. 40,000. The beer cup dropped onto the table, and the beer splashed all over the counter. But Natasha completely ignored her soaked shirt. Pressing onto the table, she stood up. She fixed her eyes on Jiang Chen with her half-sober pupils and spoke in a trembling voice. 40,000. That's right, can you sell it? Jiang Chen aggressively raised his chin and smirked. Are you sure? It is not the mortar shell that costs 1,000 rubles. Natasha lost her voice. Are you sure it is a good idea to be this loud in here? Jiang Chen coughed and reminded her in a small voice. Natasha's face turned red, and she quickly glanced her surroundings. The people in the bar all peeked in their direction. A lot of people in conversation stopped talking and held their cup just in the air. There were plenty of big news on Koro Island recently. Everyone's gossip desire was at its peak. Her words today would become something like, "There was an arms merchant that sold rockets to a gang at the beach bar last night, by tomorrow." It was better to keep the conversation about weapons low-key. Natasha, realizing her indecency, pretended to be intoxicated and put her finger under Jiang Chen's chin. "Then what are you waiting for? Let me see if you're a mortar shell or a large rocket." She enunciated the word large with extra emphasis. All the male creatures at the bar raised their head out of natural instinct, and they heard the dirty words come out of a hot beauty like her. Natasha covered her chest and walked out of the bar before disappearing from the eyes of the thirsty males. Those legs. Leaning against the bar counter, a drunk holding onto a beer said while feeling heated. The other drunk beside him glanced at him contemptuously. That's an amateur observation. After checking out girls for so many years, that curve is top-notch. Burp dash, his words turned into an undistinguishable burp. The drunk was embarrassed by his friend's comment as he argued back, "Stop just saying it. Don't you always brag about your toothpick? Why don't you go then?" The old friend forced a laugh and immediately lost his confidence. "I can't afford it." Then, he pointed at the Lamborghini outside the window. It had nothing to do with mortar shell or rocket, the key was the green Franklin. Regardless, the conversations in the bar were successfully changed by Natasha. The shell and rocket were referring to that. The thirsty males all looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with jealousy, and jealousy. Uniform roleplay. Jiang Chen ignored the unfriendly sights and recollected what she said when she first got on the car. He then shook his head. The breast that was more massive than Lu Yao's, the perfect curvature of her butt, it made him feel an uncontrollable desire too. But those men were jealous for nothing, even Jiang Chen didn't dare to do it. Having an engaged conversation with KGB was no different than diving into the web of a female spider. There would need to be some serious mental preparation required if they have an extra-friendly relationship. Jiang Chen slapped a $100 bill on the table and rushed straight out. He nobly opened the door for Natasha before getting into the car himself. "Is it okay to drink and drive?" Natasha's bright red lips filled the car with the smell of alcohol. "Didn't you realize you were the only person drinking?" Jiang Chen mocked and started the car. "Where do you live?" Natasha grinned at Jiang Chen without saying a word. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "Isn't the most gentleman thing to do now is invite me to your home to take a shower? Okay, I will send you to the embassy." "No." Natasha immediately stopped him and gave Jiang Chen an angry stare. If she appeared in the embassy like this, how would she maintain her authority in front of her subordinates? "Your apartment?" Jiang Chen said concisely. She bit her lips and gave the GPS a hard poke as if she was throwing a tantrum. "Put your seatbelt on." Jiang Chen smiled at her clearly displeased look, opened the window, and stepped the gas. The sea wind blew away the intoxicating smell in the car. "You are scared." "What am I scared about?" Jiang Chen laughed. It was true, he was never scared of anything. The wet shirt made the wind feel especially chilly. She drunkenly closed the window. The KGB identity, or crossing the line with an agent? Jiang Chen didn't say anything and turned on the radio. Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and pouted without making any more sound. Jiang Chen peeked at her through the mirror but only saw her drunken state. He didn't know what she was thinking through the half-closed eyes. They quickly arrived at her place. In a heavy breath, Natasha dragged off the seatbelt that made her chest lose its beautiful shape. "Time to get a new car. The glass is bulletproof, but the engine cover and fuel tank are only covered by aluminum alloy." Jiang Chen paused and then laughed. "You mean, someone wants to kill me? Do you really have to wait for someone to want to kill you before you are cautious of your own safety? Can't you just be a little more fearful of death?" Natasha rolled her eyes at him, then swayed her blonde hair while stepping out of the car. It made sense. "Once the mutants' flood is over, I'll get a few experts in the 6th Street to create a sick ride." Natasha was already at the door to the house. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that there were still important matters to be discussed as he shouted out. "I have a headache right now. Just send it to my phone. I'll contact them once I sleep for a few hours." She waved her hand out of annoyance and walked to her door holding her head. "Is she okay?" With her tumbling to her door, Jiang Chen was a bit concerned. Finally, when she made it through the door, Jiang Chen let out a sigh and drove home. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse. The lighting shells had laminated the entire base to as bright as daylight, but the apartments in the base were pitch black. The appearances of mutants like mutant mosquitoes and mutant flies meant that the base wall could not protect the safety of the survivors. Only combat personnel remained on the surface while the rest of the survivors all evacuated into the emergency facility in the underground tunnel. Jiang Chen's mansion also looked dark from the outside, but the glimmer of light shining out from the edges of the curtain signified the people inside haven't left. There was no need. The mansion was the most secure place in the entire base. With Sun Jiao and Sun Xiaoro inside, there was no need to worry about mutants posing a threat. Sun Jiao didn't need to be mentioned as no one in the base had combat abilities that could match hers. Her sister, Sun Xiaoro, was not weak either. While she usually looked timid, she was very agile. Before she recovered her memory, she sneaked into the base and fought head-to-head with her brother-in-law. Jiang Chen pushed open the mansion door and discovered that Han Junhua was in the living room. "It is better for me to remain on the surface to better command the force. Don't worry about my safety." Weapon training is a necessary course for PAC military commanders. Sun Jiao, sitting across from Han Junhua, eagerly asked when she saw Jiang Chen. Did you solve it? I did, I only need to head to the west line after. Jiang Chen nodded. Sun Jiao wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. She knew why Jiang Chen had to make a personal trip, she was just concerned with his safety. Han Junhua frowned and stated what Sun Jiao wanted to say. Allow me to be honest, I don't think your presence on the west line would bring much change to the situation, but rather it would increase the variables of the battle. Cheng Weigua is more than enough to control the force. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. I'm not there to lead the front line. I'm there, to request help. Jiang Chen thought about it for a long time before he managed to find the correct word. Requesting for help. Han Junhua frown only grew deeper. She didn't know Jiang Chen's ability, and before he was sure of her reaction, Jiang Chen didn't plan on telling her. Even if a special chip was in the back of her head. That's right. I solved the lack of heavy ammunition on the west line. The only problem is that I must be there personally. Jiang Chen's ambiguous response didn't satisfy Han Junhua. But seeing Jiang Chen's eyes shine with sincerity, she stared into his eyes for half a minute in silence. If you insist. Then she stood up and headed for the door. Are we going to leave now? I still want to sleep, seeing that she was putting on her shoes, Jiang Chen asked. Of course not now, but all the military movements must be planned. She loaded the laser pistol used for self-defense. You'll leave tomorrow at 8 with the helicopter. It is best you notify the people at the front line now in case it interrupts their plan. I'll be back after going to the community center. You don't have to follow me. NAC only had 2 helicopters now, and both were deployed to Hunter Corps. The limited resources meant that even the general must make reservations before making a trip. The arms sale quickly received a response. The BM-21 was extremely cheap. The truck along with the rocket launchers only cost $200,000. 8 of them resulted in $1.6 million. The real expensive item was the rockets. The launchers were old, but the rockets just rolled off the production line. Since ammunition stored for too long may malfunction, it would ruin the brand. To the arms buyer with potential for a deeper relationship, the Russians were naturally unwilling to supply low-quality stuff. It would be the same as saying no to cash. The 122mm explosive rocket with 20 kilometers in range cost $2,000 per round. Jiang Chen threw out $40 million and purchased 20,000 rounds right away. The rocket with the same range was slightly more expensive with one round costing $2,500. Jiang Chen also purchased 20,000 round of those without blinking an eye. The rockets were extremely effective against the zombies. The mutants flood. I will burn half of the city. Although Natasha felt troubled by Jiang Chen's request to purchase a sensitive weapon like napalm rockets, she still reported Jiang Chen's demand to her superior. After 5 minutes of silence on the other side of the phone, they agreed. It was a lucrative sale totaling close to $100 million, and the buyer purchased the easy-to-produce, non-guided rockets without the need to worry about a technology leak. To Russia that lacked in foreign currency, the arms business was like picking up money from the ground. Although selling petrol bombs were in the gray area of international law, to the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, who really cared? The Syrian anti-government force had plenty of UA weapons with some of the restricted items being sold by private military merchants. Since they agreed already, Russia didn't disappoint Jiang Chen. Meeting this request, they transported the batch of firearms by air. The next night, an An-225 transport plane landed at New Moon Island's runway. The first batch of firearms that arrived was made up of the 8 BM-21 and 2,000 rounds of rockets. The remaining 32,000 rounds arrived in the following shipments. Barkery and Ivan all expressed their helpless stance to Jiang Chen purchasing so many rockets. But Jiang Chen didn't plan to explain to them, as he ordered them to store the equipment in containers and haul them onto the sea platform along the dam into the vessel used to transport supplies for New Moon Island. When the vessel headed into the ocean, Jiang Chen ordered the captain to drop the anchor. The old captain was certainly smart. With his experience, he knew that Jiang Chen was planning to use a small boat to smuggle something prohibited through custom. Although he didn't know why celestial trade needed to be so discreet, he didn't ask more as he gathered all the crews inside the cabin for a meeting. Since they didn't want you to know, it was better to close your eyes yourself. Quickly, in just half an hour, Jiang Chen knocked on the conference room door to signal the captain that they could continue their journey. Once the frustrated-looking crew left, Jiang Chen dragged the captain to the side and passed him a cigarette. The captain was astounded by the gesture as he smiled with his white teeth fully exposed. "I understand. I don't know anything." Jiang Chen nodded pleasingly, took out an envelope, and stuffed it into his pocket. "Other than controlling the boat, don't ask about anything else." Feeling the hefty weight in his pocket, the old captain revealed a bigger smile. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder before he left. With this, the people responsible for loading the vessel only knew that the arms went on the vessel, but were unaware of its destination. The crews responsible for transportation only knew that the containers went on board, but they didn't know what was inside. After docking in the harbor, customs followed their procedure and inspected the containers, but discovered they were all empty. When they saw Celestial Trade's logo, they didn't persist further on the issue. The reason why he was so careful was to prevent people with other intentions from keeping an eye on the batch of firearms. Country F was in a completely chaotic state as the MNLF equipped with a large amount of UA weapons left the government force in complete shambles with its intensive full-scale attack. The MLF that previously gave up on the movement to independence immediately sought an alliance with its old partner in crime after the situation took a drastic turn. With the current state, it was hard to ensure no other eyes were watching Koro Island. Since there were only two countries that had a negative relationship with Country F, Hua and Xin, if it were not caused by a religious force, the most suspicious perpetrator would be Hua. Following it would be Xin, the one behind the deterioration of F's current political stability. There must be other agents on the island, but Jiang Chen was confident that they would not know where the firearms went no matter how much they investigated. Even the Russians that sold the firearms themselves wouldn't know. Black smoke saturated the air. It was hard to determine if it was the cloud, radiation dust, or smoke from the rockets. In a remote area east of Jia City, houses were scattered all around. Under the shadow of the smoke, a few mutant cockroaches swayed their 1-meter-long antennae while they searched for rotten food. To the 10-something people who walked by them, they didn't show any interest, only sour aromas could draw their interest. The starving cockroaches occasionally attacked the zombies, but they would often be scratched to death. If a zombie and a mutant cockroach moved together, without a doubt, it must be because of a mutant flood, because only in a mutant flood would the mutants forget their hunger and attack the survivors along with the zombies. Were there any other cities where a mutant flood was happening? No one knew. People mainly stuck to the places they knew best. Even merchant fleets that traveled far distances only managed to reach the Northern Alliance area. The current mutant flood was limited to Wanghai City, so Jiang Chen, currently in the rural area of Jia City, thought the air there was extra fresh. The battle is currently at a stalemate. We advanced 500 meters to the Jia Sports Center yesterday, but we were quickly fended off by their attack. The mutated humans obtained a large number of electromagnetic interference grenades and EMP grenades out of nowhere. The snipers in the Hunter Corps provided great help, but following the battle pushing toward the city, there were more obstructions. The mutated humans' mortars and grenades also led to a high number of casualties to the Hunter Corps. Cheng Weiguo looked as the cockroach on the road dashed into the shadows before he lowered the rifle. That's terrible. Jiang Chen smiled as he led Cheng Weigua and a group of soldiers in the direction opposite Jia City in a delighted mood. The general didn't feel frustrated by the stalemate of the battle, which made Cheng Weigua somewhat at ease. But with the front line getting further and further away from them, he had a troubled look. "General, can I ask where we're going?" They walked 10 kilometers already and they would almost be in the next town at this rate, but they still weren't at the place Jiang Chen mentioned. "We're here." Jiang Chen stopped and smiled at the abandoned factory in front of him. 2 days ago when the helicopter took him here, he randomly chose a spacious warehouse as a storage space for his arms. Because of the mutated humans, there were no survivors in the area. Thus there was no need to worry about their arms being stolen by scavengers, he only needed to place them further away from the front lines to avoid being hit by stray shells. After he chose the location, he returned to the modern world to patiently wait for the Russians to deliver the arms. The perplexed Cheng Weigua followed Jiang Chen into the warehouse. But when he saw the contents, his bewildered expression visibly transformed into shock. His widened eyes looked as if they were about to pop out. "This is Jiang Chen began to laugh as he savored Cheng Weigua's shocked expression. He then returned to the door and shouted at the soldiers behind them. "Soldiers, prepare to get on the truck. We'll take the mutated humans to see Jesus." Since fossil fuels had almost completely been replaced before the war, only the wealthy could afford to have a few internal combustion engine vehicles in their homes. Hence, cars that burned fuel were almost considered artifacts. When Jiang Chen ordered the soldiers onto the car, he was dumbfounded to realize that the soldiers didn't know how to drive. With no other choice, he had to step up and personally demonstrate how to maneuver the vehicles. With the general as the instructor, the soldiers focused all their attention on learning. While the principles behind internal combustion vehicles were drastically different from the electric vehicles common in the apocalypse, the driving style was similar. They spent an hour familiarizing themselves with the clutch before the soldiers finally figured out how to drive. As to the conversion between the firing distance and angle, it was written on a sheet. The soldier responsible for firing would only need to punch it into the calculator. The 8 BM-21s rolled out of the warehouse one by one and dispersed under Jiang Chen's command. The stents on the side of the truck were released to stabilize the truck to finish the deployment. 100 survivors from the 7th area transported rockets that filled the entire warehouse. 2 people worked together to lift a 67-kilogram, 3-meter-long rocket and push it onto the launcher. Before loading the rockets, Jiang Chen instructed them to only load the white rockets. The red rockets were solid fuel rockets used against the zombies and mutants. The rockets were loaded in an orderly fashion. Jiang Chen took Cheng Weigua to the roof of a building 200 meters out. Jiang Chen looked into the binoculars with eyes narrowed at Jia City 13 kilometers away. He grinned. "Take a few more looks, it'll be a different place in a moment." Cheng Weigua didn't pick up his binoculars. Instead, he looked at the hive-shaped rockets lined up with concern. "Do we really not need to move out the soldiers in the city?" Regarding the weapon that existed 2 centuries ago, he was afraid the rockets would drop on his men's heads. "Don't worry, a 1-kilometer distance is enough." Although Russian weapons weren't particularly precise, they wouldn't be off by more than 1 kilometer. Jiang Chen glared at Cheng Weigua. "You don't understand the intelligence of the ancient. General. Where did you get those artifacts?" Cheng Weigua picked up the tablet used to control the rockets, asking the question troubling him. "The vehicles are from a military museum. The rockets are manufactured following blueprints." Jiang Chen didn't mind his blatant question as he answered nonchalantly. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't plan on elaborating further, Cheng Weigua knew better than to probe. He was indeed loyal, but he had curiosity too. The helicopter arrived above Jia City and hovered just out of the mutated humans' air defense range. With the help of the radiation dust and cloud, it managed to disguise its presence and provided the aerial map for the battlefield. The wide-range life signal detector opened and marked the locations of mutated humans on the control tablet. With the red dots reaching only 10,000, the mutated humans probably had shielding devices to block their locations, but they must have a limited range and were only capable of disguising important targets. Based on human observation, they marked the unidentified areas. Chen Weiguo nodded to Jiang Chen and handed over the tablet. The general would order the annihilation of the mutated humans. Jiang Chen looked at the launcher vehicles locked and loaded 200 meters out. He then took the tablet. The distance and target were clearly identified on the screen. Listen to my order. Angle 220, distance 14.1 kilometers. Prepare to fire. The hive-shaped rocket launchers gradually tilted up and all stopped at the same angle. When the blue flags rose up, one by one, signaling was ready. He took a deep breath and passed the tablet back to Chen Weiguo. He pressed his earpiece. Jiang Chen looked in Jia City's direction and shouted ferociously. Fire! Fire! Jiang Chen swore it was the most magnificent fireworks he'd ever seen. If the ones he saw in virtual reality didn't count. Rolling smoke instantly engulfed the vehicles. Missiles screeched out of the launchers one by one, firing into the distance like arrows. Within 20 short seconds, 320 rockets were launched. Jiang Chen gazed at the smoke trails fading into the distance and he exclaimed, "Too bad I couldn't see the explosion." Chen Weiguo handed the tablet back to Jiang Chen. He already executed the orders. Oh, also, and this thing. Jiang Chen smiled, took over the tablet again, and looked at the screen. Beside the broken bridge. The mutated humans taking cover held onto their machine guns, they were on full alert against any possible NAC attacks. NAC attempted to build a floating bridge 3 times yesterday, but they were thwarted by grenades, machine guns, and recoilless cannons. The mortars and electromagnetic cannons caused trouble for the mutated humans, but in the end, those weapons were nothing. The mutated humans didn't suspect a thing. As long as they held their ground, the foolish humans would be the first ones to fall. They can't last any longer. We have ammo. We're stronger. Once winter is here, it'll spell their deaths. Standing in the back of their area of control, a mutated human captain wore a cape made out of the fur of a deathclaw. He waved the machine gun in his hand, shouting at his hiding comrades and boosting their morale. In the mutated human society, the clothing one wore represented power and status. Only a warrior who single-handedly defeated a deathclaw could wear its fur as a trophy. What is that? Just then, a mutated human kneeling behind an anti-tank cannon roared out, pointing at the black dots in the sky. Those are probably their small toys. Don't worry, we have anti-air machine guns and EMP. The captain mumbled as he pulled up the binoculars dangling in front of his chest. The toys he referred to were NAC's Hummingbird drones. Whenever an EMP grenade was launched, the drones fell to the ground like flies struck by electricity, hence no one was afraid of those small things anymore. Whenever they encountered drones, they would just detonate an EMP grenade. Although the EMP would render the red sight scope on their weapons useless, no one cared. The mutated humans didn't need to aim, the mutated humans only needed to unleash their firepower. His ugly eyebrows were knotted together. The captain readjusted the zoom and set his eyes on the black dots in the distance. Clank. He dropped the binoculars onto the ground. Just as the mutated humans looked at him perplexedly, his ugly face began to twist. Take cover. He roared. Facing the mutated humans' puzzled looks, he dove into the pit nearby. But it was futile. Boom boom boom. The pouring rockets unleashed a deathly storm. The mutated humans taking cover and those inside the defense structure witnessed a scene only comparable to a living hell in horror. They looked at the dismembered limbs of their comrades and themselves. The explosion covered every inch of the soil as it bulldozed the mutated humans' zone of control. It left shattered weapons and burnt limbs all over the ground. The rockets exploded the ammo stored in the trenches and triggered a second round of explosions. The trenches soon turned red and gruesome. The first round of destruction was over. But the nightmare for the mutated humans had only started. With turbine engines igniting, the men in power armor crossed the river first. The engineering soldiers soon followed and placed a floating bridge that allowed the tank to pass. Immediately behind them were soldiers in kinetic skeletons and the destructive tanks. With steel armor hanging in front of their chests, 1,000 mutated humans with machine guns stood up from the zone of control further away. They furiously raced to the river and fired while pushing forward in an attempt to regain control of the riverbank. Some mutated humans even lifted the mortars and shot like an RPG, and some raced forward with nuclear grenades strapped onto their bodies. The lead mutated humans with power warhammers were also there. Unless they were faced with the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon, their armor was invincible. They ignored the bullets and bombs and ran to NAC's zone of control in a thunderous roar. But they discovered in horror that before they could make it halfway, more rockets emerged in the distance. The outline of the thick smoke in the distance decorated the barren island in shambles. It was like a fine pen drawing out the jagged curvatures. The rockets rose, came down, and brought destructive rain to the mutated humans in the distance. The shrapnel couldn't penetrate the armor of the mutated humans, but the force could explode their organs and brains. Despite the incredible power the mutated humans possessed, they couldn't escape the fact that they were creatures after all. The mutated humans were more cautious with NAC's rockets. They huddled together under cover while spreading out. They attempted to minimize the damage the NAC could cause. Two thoughts motivated them to remain strong. We don't have a lot of rockets left. The attack is their last attempt to win. But reality proved that it was only wishful thinking. Jiang Chen had plenty of rockets to the point where it was unimaginable. With the mutated humans scattering, Jiang Chen changed the music playing to Stalin's organ. He maintained the 40 rockets per minute launch speed as the BM-21 fired in rotations to cover the mutated humans' zone of control. At the same time, the First Corps stopped advancing forward under Jiang Chen's order while they enjoyed the symphony. Fires and explosions flashed non-stop on the tablet. The continuous strikes caused a lot of buildings due for repair to collapse and buried the mutated humans hiding inside. The landmark buildings such as Jia Sports Center remained standing, but it looked like it was on the brink of falling at any moment. The continuous bombing lasted for an hour as the entire city center of Jia looked like it was bulldozed over. Jiang Chen felt tired by the shaking screens. He shoved the tablet back into Chen Weiguo's hand. Staring at the flames in the video, Chen Weiguo was astonished. To be honest, he didn't expect such an ancient weapon could demonstrate such a destructive force. This is too astonishing. 10 minutes later, Chen Weiguo put down the tablet. How many did we launch already? Chen Weiguo scanned the empty boxes on the side and provided a rough estimate, around 5,000 rounds. Only 5,000 rounds? Still 15,000 left. Jiang Chen stared at the smoke rising 14 kilometers away with his eyes narrowed. Wait, 5,000 rounds? He then did the math. One rocket cost $2,000, and 30 rockets were $60,000, equivalent to a BMW. 5,000 launched out. Jiang Chen felt his heart ache. Although he didn't lack money, but with 166 BMWs flying in the air, he was still pained by the sight. Inside Jia Sports Center, Bo Yu sat on a chair in a gloomy mood. The explosions in his ears made him especially flustered. Troy, the leader of the mutated humans, sat across him with the same gloomy expression. What do we do? The Dusk Church helped them blow up the bridges, provided them with a large number of firearms, and brought the information, there's a mutant flood in Wanghai City, these people won't last long. But the last one was clearly false. He didn't know if the mutant flood actually erupted in Wanghai or not, but the humans here clearly were committed to fighting the battle. I said earlier that we should retreat to the west as these people aren't easy to deal with. The merchants in Hang City are easier to bully. Bo Yu closed his eyes and spoke lightly. The mutated humans won't retreat, we won't compromise to inferior humans. We will rip them apart, stuff them into a meat grinder, and make them into sausages, Troy said deviously. Is that so? The person sitting in front of you who helped you live for so long is a human. Do you really think by the simple fact that you have a head, it would equate to intelligence? Bo Yu scoffed in his mind but didn't say anything out loud. He knew it was not the time for an internal feud. Especially since hours ago, he predicted that the mutated humans were in favor to win, or he wouldn't be sitting there. The NAC soldiers were on high alert, and the rockets were constantly striking the city. Retreating was no longer an option. It would be death if they retreated now, even without the rockets, two legs couldn't outrun the tanks. Abandoning their cover would mean that Dusk and the mutated humans were waiting to be slaughtered. No other plans? It wasn't the first time he'd experienced this. When he was surrounded by the military government in the Northern Alliance area, he was in a similar situation. The only difference was this time, his back wasn't completely against the wall. Bo Yu looked at the ring on his finger. The blood crystal reflected a charming but dangerous eeriness under the light. When will you send your people out? His people were dying, but his ally had no response at all. Looking at the face reflected by the blood crystal, Bo Yu said gently. Don't panic, very soon. The mutated humans had a fatal weakness, they couldn't stuff their giant bodies into vehicles. Even if they always arrogantly referred to themselves as moving armor, they were just trying to make the best out of a bad situation. If it wasn't for the Dusk Church modifying trucks for them, they wouldn't even be able to operate vehicles. In the early days of warfare with Fishbone Base, they learned how to install cannons onto their trucks. But faced with the Tiger II, their crude, high-mobility anti-tank cannons were a joke. The most common anti-tank cannon used on the Wasteland was Type 99, produced by deconstructing the primary cannon used on the Type 99 light tank. The Type 99 shells couldn't penetrate the thick front armor of the Tiger II, however. At most, it could break the belt and destroy the observer hull, but one round of Tiger II's 5 kg bombs could break the cannon along with the truck into pieces. So the mutated humans learned the hard way to avoid sending out an armored force. Instead, they chose to take down the cannon and fire at them behind cover. Because of this, the First Corps didn't encounter any armored force resistance. The 8 hours of battle ended as 20,000 rounds of rockets were unleashed onto 20,000 mutated humans. Scorching flames continued to burn inside the war zone and melted all the steel in the area, although Jia City hadn't directly been struck by a nuclear weapon. Paint and organic construction materials were all unconsumed, but they burned in the flames and emitted toxic fumes into the city. High temperatures and toxic gas. The city was in shambles. A lot of mutated humans didn't die from being buried alive or explosions but from the fires and asphyxiation that ensued. The soldiers who saw the general personally visiting the battlefield erupted into cheers. How is authority built? While everyone was wondering whether the fort was indestructible or not, you stood in front of all of us. Because of your presence, the indestructible fort collapsed. You are the hero. All the glory belongs to you. There's no need for words. It's not logic that brings worship but emotion. Jiang Chen faced the cheering soldiers as he signaled to them that the war wasn't over yet. He wanted them to stand firm on their positions and wait for the order to change. Jiang Chen took a tour at the front lines and met all the soldiers there. He and Cheng Weigua stood in the middle of their area of control while they enjoyed watching the massive fire. This wasn't a war. With absolute firepower, it was more appropriate to describe this as a slaughter. How long do you think the fire will burn for? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. If it doesn't rain, it'll burn until tomorrow, Chen Weiguo said while looking up at the gloomy clouds in the air. Then get the soldiers to rest. They won't be fighting for a while. Jiang Chen made the order, then headed to the command vehicle. Roger. Chen Weiguo saluted and began to make the order on the tablet. The flames were beginning to lose control, but the situation soon changed at midnight. Maybe the wailing of mutated humans received mercy from the heavens, since a few raindrops began to fall down. With this change, Chen Weiguo immediately woke the well-rested soldiers and prepared to launch the order to attack. Gradually, the rain began to pour down. The grain-sized droplets descended from the sky, smothered the flames, hit the muddy ground. A euro rose from the burning steel and rolled down from the power armor's surface. Charge! A thunderous shout came from the radio channel as the first corps battle line began to move forward. The electrostatic sound of the mortars began to screech in the air as 10 lighting bombs rose into the air and lit up the sky near the sports center with their orange flames. The armored force crossed the river and the power armor's steel boots extinguished the faint footprints as they marched forward. The rain washed away the chaos on the ground and cooled off the burning corpses. The soldiers who walked by had to hold their breath. The pungent smell of burnt meat lingered even in the heavy rain. It wasn't only mutated humans who died under the rockets, thousands of Jia survivors also died as a result. But in the merciless apocalypse, even the previous Defender soldiers rescued from the 7th area didn't drop a single tear for the deceased. Death was the norm. 3,000 soldiers surrounded the sports center that stood tall while they prepared to eliminate their last remaining enemies. 1,000 engineering soldiers were handed rifles to rescue any human captives remaining among the shambles and kill off any undead mutated humans. Needless to say, the mutated humans were tenacious. Even in this living hell, there were still a few who survived. On top of the Tiger II, wearing kinetic armor, Jiang Chen heard an angry roar in the distance. In the pouring rain, a mutated human with pitch-black skin shook off the debris on top of him, swung the power warhammer in his hand, and hit an engineering soldier into the sky like a golf ball. A lead mutated human. The 3 soldiers all raised their rifles in horror as they began to fire, but the deflected bullets clearly showed that all was futile. Jiang Chen looked at the figure in silence as the lead mutated human reminded him of an unpleasant memory from the past. He patted the cannon below him and the Tiger II immediately understood. The vehicle stopped and the cannon began to rotate. When Jiang Chen met eyes with the mutated human 200 meters away, the cannon he was sitting on shook violently. An eerie blue arc ignited as the electromagnetic pulse bomb fired. The 5 kilograms bomb blasted through the raindrops and drew a white trail in the midst of the rain. When the white trail faded, the lead mutated human had already been turned into pieces of meat. The 3 soldiers sat up and waved at Jiang Chen to thank him for saving them. Jiang Chen waved back and signaled the Tiger II to continue. In the rain, the First Corps soldiers surrounded the sports center and engaged in battle on the street 300 meters away. When the Tiger II arrived near the front lines, he jumped down from the tank. The power armors 20 meters in front of him were firing with their machine guns. The battle was at a point where it was one-sided. To be honest, Jiang Chen wanted to put on power armor himself to try the thrilling experience of combat. But when he saw a few enemy rockets smashing a power armor nearby, he quickly gave up on the idea. Since this wasn't the modern world, power armor wasn't invincible. A few soldiers ran out and dragged the power armor and the injured soldier out amongst enemy fire. When he walked to the command vehicle, Jiang Chen took off his helmet to dump out some water and spoke to Chen Weiguo. "What's the situation at the front lines?" "We're just closing out. This feels King great." He'd never fought a more exhilarating battle than this. Jiang Chen grinned. "This is all my cash, 40 million USD to buy the lives of 20,000 mutated humans. If this isn't exhilarating, I don't know what to say. Once you capture Jia City, leave 1,000 people to defend it, Hang's Merchant Alliance may send people to scout. But with this scene, I don't think they'll have any other ideas. Rest for the night and help Wanhai City tomorrow. Boom. The explosion in the distance suddenly interrupted Jiang Chen mid-sentence. Jiang Chen stopped, then immediately ran out while putting on his helmet. There was a sudden explosion at the front lines. A Tiger II was lifted to the sky by a dark green flash. 20 soldiers hidden in the darkness suddenly snuck out as they launched a surprise attack on the northwest corner of the circle formed by NAC. They continued to push forward while they fired simultaneously. The raindrops exposed their outlines, but their outlines were still unclear in the darkness. Suddenly, 2 fist-sized crystals flew out from the darkness. They cast an eerie light before they exploded at the NAC infantry's backlines. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as he gazed at the explosions in the distance. He knew exactly what they were. The ability to explode crystals. These people belonged to the dusk. The soldiers at the northwest corner immediately responded as they started firing at the unknown force. It's an optical illusion. Bring out your EMPs. A soldier shouted while ripping off his earpiece. He threw an EMP grenade. The soldiers nearby all followed as they targeted the area with EMP bombardment. The static noise began to diffuse to the surrounding area and revealed the soldiers in black standing in a triangular formation. Their black kinetic skeletons looked like full-body jumpers and their fluid rifles had a blue light. Judging by the quietness of their shooting, they were using Gauss rifles powered by electromagnetic acceleration. Just from the details, their equipment definitely wasn't from wasteland factories made with crude techniques, they were probably manufactured before the war. And they were the elites of the Dusk Church, the Apostles. The bullets left waves and ripples on the energy shield. After being exposed, the Apostles didn't panic as they searched for cover and scattered around the destroyed Tiger II while engaging in battle with the First Corps soldiers. The EMP didn't affect their Gauss rifles as their working principle was based on high-power currents accelerating metal projectiles. The effect of EMP on the flow of currents was almost negligible. The penetration power of the Gauss rifle posed a great threat to the soldiers even though the T-3 power armor was enough to defend against the projectiles of the Gauss rifle. But it was futile. Faced with the Wanderer tank, everything was futile. While the Apostles pushed forward to the sports center, putting their lives on the line, the sound of an engine humming appeared from behind them. The concrete wall collapsed under the impact. The Wanderer tank previously leading the charge circled behind them. The particle cannon fired and a blue ball of light exploded in the middle of the Apostles' formation. The scattered high-energy particles instantly penetrated through their energy shield. At the same time, the coaxial electrostatic cannon started to unleash its power. The 2 kg shells swept through at a rapid speed which caused a series of blasts in the rain. The cannon forced the Apostles to remain in their position before they were shredded. Faced with the Wanderer tank, their advantage of stealth was no longer existent. Their fate was determined. The mutated humans and the Dusk had no more fighting chances. The mutated soldiers at the sports center began to retreat while the NAC soldiers at the periphery of the building rushed in. But then, a green light sparkled and an explosion filled the battlefield again. The explosion was at the front of the sports center gate. The 8 soldiers rushing in were blown a street away. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes to see the clouds of dust drifting apart as a figure walked out. Red dots locked onto that person's body. Without a doubt, if he dared to make any moves, he would become a sieve in the next second. What made Jiang Chen uncertain was the still, calm look on his face. The rain dampened his clothes, the fur on his collar had been turned into a few muddled strands, and his hands were in his pockets. "I want to see your boss." It was the first thing he said. "Capture him." That was Cheng Weigua's response. 2 soldiers walked up with rifles in hand and pointed straight at his head while marching forward. "Kneel on the ground and put your hands above your head." The person sighed. "Is this how you worship a god?" As the voice died, the scene suddenly took a turn. As if they were being directed by an invisible hand, two steel beams on the ground rose. Before the two soldiers could realize what happened, they were penetrated by the soaring beams. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the scene. "Kill him!" Cheng Weiguo shouted. The shocked soldiers turned angry as they immediately pressed their triggers. Their bullets flew, but they all stopped in front of the stranger like flies stuck in a spider web. Like a scene from the Matrix, Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. What kind of technology is this? Seeing as the bullets were useless, Cheng Weiguo waved his hand. With his command, the Tiger II rushed in and targeted the Type 50 electromagnetic cannon at the gate. The person smiled at the sight and opened his jacket. The shining gems dangling inside his jacket reflected an eerie dark red. When Jiang Chen saw this, his pupils instantly shrunk. "Stop!" Jiang Chen ordered. Cheng Weiguo looked at Jiang Chen in shock as he didn't understand the decision. The person smiled with pleasure and raised the flashing red ring on his hand. "Jiang Chen, I know you're here. Come out. Don't you want to chat with me?" Blood crystal was a substance with the same structure as crystal but possessed 1,000 times the energy. Just a thumb-sized piece could create energy equivalent to 1 kilogram of tritium going through nuclear fusion. Jiang Chen heard Lin Lin say that Klein particles in the third dimension was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of its actual energy. Because of this, when Sun Xiaoro tried to assassinate him, just a few small crystals managed to create destructive power similar to a bomb. The ability to explode the crystals worked by releasing all the energy of the Klein particles. Therefore, once he blew up the blood crystal, the energy released would be far greater than the energy released through 1 kilogram of tritium in nuclear fusion. Therefore, for each of the blood crystals in his lap, each of them had power comparable to a hydrogen bomb. Jiang Chen counted. Including the ring on his finger, he had a total of 121 blood crystals. Cheng Weiguo saw Jiang Chen walking forward and immediately grabbed him. "General! You can't dash." Jiang Chen shook his head, signaling Cheng Weiguo not to worry. He insisted on moving forward. Watching Jiang Chen walk to him, the person smiled joyfully. "Of course you know your stuff." Cheng Weiguo watched Jiang Chen walking to the stranger without any protection. He gulped with uneasiness, then signaled the sniper beside him. The sniper understood and raised his sniper rifle cautiously. Jiang Chen glanced at the bodies penetrated by the beams, then looked at the person. "Introduce yourself." Seeing as Jiang Chen wasn't scared at all, the person's smile became brighter and brighter. "Bo Yu, U for space. Or you can call me Pope or God."